There we are. All right, perfect. We're good. We're good. We're good. We got it on YouTube now. What's up, everyone joining up the live right now? How y'all doing today? Do give it a second for people to join up. We're gonna start getting some debates up here very soon. If you're new here, it does take a second to get people up here. Did y'all see everyone? Did everyone see all the crazy shit that's been going on today? Today has been an absolutely wild day. Today has been a wild day. I can tell. I can tell you that much. Let me turn on everything. What's up, everyone? Joining on the YouTube stream. How y'all doing? Please summarize. Well, I'm going to do that. Let me actually bring up the X because I have to. What a day on X. Elon Musk has 1.8 million tweets about him. Okay, he today has had a breakup with Donald Trump. So if I go to Elon Musk's Twitter right now, if you go to Elon Musk's Twitter, you're gonna see many messages of him being anti-Trump. And one of the first ones that people noted today was one where he literally drops on Twitter. Hold on one second. It's taking a second for me to scroll back because he's been tweeting a lot today. If I scroll back, he said specifically, hold up, give me 1 second. Oh my gosh, he's tweeted so much today. It's actually unbelievable. Jesus Christ, dude. He's tweeted so much today. Give it 1 second. All right, all right. Hold up, chat. I literally had it and I lost it. Okay, everyone. Well, he essentially said that Trump was on Epstein's logs, right, for the Epstein files. And he said essentially that the tariffs are going to cause a recession. So those are like the main 2 points that I would say are incredibly important to bring up. Nova, thank you for the $3, $3 Australian. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Tell us something we don't know, Elon. Well, there's plenty of people. We're going to see what people are going to be able to say in support of Donald Trump today. I think it's an absolutely unhinged position, given that this is true. This is vindicating. It very much is. And I mean, I still want to be very clear. Elon's a horrible person. I don't like Elon at all. But it's really like vindicating to see like the claims from people even within his own side, his supposed like right-hand man, essentially. This happened to. So like that's at least my takeaway from this. Is that like this is wild. This is wild. And supposedly Elon must have known about this for a little bit. So let's get some people up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. We are simply just looking for some debates. If you're on YouTube, do make sure to like the stream. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
23.
What's your birth year?
2001.
You said what?
2001.
And what month? Wait, you would be, you said you were how old? 23? Wouldn't you be 24?
23. No, it was at the end of December.
Oh, okay. So why so?
So basically, I agree to his Homeland Security. Security upgrading in America First policy. Basically, during Biden's term, I got tired of basically like all of our money going to Ukraine and these other countries, and we're fighting for these other countries, giving our resources, but you know what I'm saying? Like, I feel as we need to worry about us first. We have a lot of problems here in America. We have homeless on the street. We have people starving. But
okay, so then how do you feel about Donald Trump's bill specifically, the big beautiful bill going to cut $800 billion from Medicaid and $300 billion from food stamps? How do you feel about that?
Well, I feel as that.
Have I talked to you before? Just a real question. I feel like I've talked to you before.
I mean, there's a lot of people, in the United States that have similar voices. This is me. I don't think you ever talked to somebody with Patrick as their profile picture.
Okay, well, I mean, you could have just changed your profile picture. That's typically what people do.
But man, you see Patrick right there. That's how I look at you, Democrats. That's how I look at you, Democrats. Just like Patrick right there. That's how I'm looking at you on the phone now.
The chat always does notice. The chat took a
while.
Oh my god!
But chat, stop snitching, bro. I can't never troll, bro. Please stop.
I knew it was you. I just wanted to wait until see how long it took the chat to realize. I was almost certain. Zoe, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Brianna, I really appreciate the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Oh my gosh. That's wild. That's wild. Hey, you've got this. You've got this. Don't worry. Even though you're elevated, the desk will be built. I promise you the desk will be built. All right, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? Oh, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Please, everyone, only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. All right. Do you give it a second? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
20.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yeah, I did.
What's your birth year?
2004.
What state do you live in?
Illinois.
What time is it?
9:43. Yama, you silly mom. Y'all a bunch of Jew lovers. Jew
Why
lovers.
is it not letting me kick you? What a fucking disgusting thing to say. What a weirdo. What a fucking weirdo. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
17, man.
You gotta be 18 plus.
Uh,
Okay. All right, we are just looking for people who did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Let's get this next person up here. Please, everyone, only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. By the way, everyone, I kind of posted like a news video today on my YouTube. Hopefully, people on YouTube like it. I would love to do more videos like that. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Oh, okay. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Let's get this next person up here. Again, everyone, only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Hopefully, it doesn't lag today here on this account. I've given it a few days for this account to like fix itself. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? All right, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Once we get some people up here for some debates, we'll get it going. We'll see if there's any Trump supporters that exist on the planet. Are there any Trump supporters that exist on the planet? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? All right, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Are people already experiencing lag? Are you serious? Dude, what is going on with TikTok, bro? Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? All right, let's go on to the next person. You know what? We might just have to go over to Dean's account, everyone. I'm signed into Dean's account. We can try it one more time. If it's like the same as what it was prior, I'll probably just what's it called? I'll probably just go over to my girlfriend's account. Is it lagging, everyone, on TikTok? Okay, everyone on TikTok, I would recommend to go over to the YouTube account. We'll just do that. I'm sorry, everyone. Better now? It's better now? Okay, we'll try. We'll get someone up here. If it starts lagging, just let me know. Just let me know. Okay. All right, let's get this next person up here. I recommend to go over to the YouTube, to be honest. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We have fetuses. We literally have fetuses in the live. The guest box been weird recently. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Do give it a second, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
38.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
No.
Do you support him?
Somewhat.
Like, would you vote for him in the next election if you could?
I'm not necessarily into the. I haven't bought into the scam that is voting. So,
Okay.
but
So the next person only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Yo, what's up, how old are you? Yo, what's up, how old are you? Hello? Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Again, everyone, please only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Right now, I don't think that we have anything really for debates, but we'll give it a second. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
I'm 27.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yeah, I had a question, Parker. It's Nathan.
Oh, welcome back. Do you still support Trump?
Yeah, I do.
How do you feel about the big MAGA breakup?
Oh, what breakup?
Have you seen what's happening with like Trump and Elon?
Oh yeah, yeah. I don't know. I don't have much on it. But I just had a question. And can you add me? Um, you said you were brought up religious, right, Christian?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You were brought up Christian? Yeah. Okay. Like, I have a friend, he's like my reading teacher, but I know him from high school, but he's 80, but like I want him to come to Christ, but he says that, he respects all religions, which I understand, but, I heard for his salvation, but I don't know if he's going to come to Christ or not. But do you believe if you die, you will go to hell?
Well, I'm not Christian, so I don't believe anyone's gonna go to hell.
Okay, so you don't believe there is one?
Nope.
Okay. Are you scared of dying?
Sure.
Yeah, I am too, you know, so.
Yeah, I mean, partially, but I mean, I don't know what's gonna happen.
Yeah, have you
I have no
ever
clue.
have you like ever been to like Sunday school with your parents when they took you, or?
Yeah, I grew up and I was Christian. I went to Sunday school every week. I would go to church twice a week on Wednesdays and Sundays.
Yeah, yeah. And like I get that, people think there's no God and it's made up or the Bible is fake. But I get that people would think that, but I still believe in Jesus.
Yeah. All right. Well, is there anything else you'd like to talk about
Yeah,
or
just
add,
just
Nathan?
one more thing.
Go ahead.
Just one more thing. I have eczema, but when I was a 2.5, my parents got me from Albania. My birth mom, not my parents now, but my birth mom in Albania, she put me in a wood stove, at 2.5, and I got burns. And then I had surgeries, plastic surgeries at Shriners Hospital. I had 15 surgeries.
Oh my gosh. I'm sorry that you had to go through so many surgeries.
Yeah,
That is a lot to have to go through. Um,
yeah. I could have died in the fire.
yeah, that is horrible. That is horrible. The fire. That's terrible. I'm so sorry that you had to go through that, Nathan.
Yeah, and like other people, like suffering now, like that guy who just got, caught on fire, on the news and like that. But yeah, but it's a blessing, that I'm alive and I can see, I can walk and can talk. Because when I had my one surgery, they said I almost lost the eye, but I could have been blind totally, after the fire.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. I'm so sorry to hear that, Nathan. I hope that you're okay. As of right now, I hope that you
Oh
know.
yeah, have a long time ago. And then I came
I'm
to
sorry you had to go
Grand
through.
Rapids, Michigan on Christmas Day. So it's been a real blessing from God.
Well, I'm glad that you're okay today. I'm glad that you're okay today, and I'm really sorry to hear that you went through that. That's like incredibly
Yeah,
sad to hear.
yeah. Can
And
can you add
it's
me?
what's up?
Can you add me?
Yeah, I'll add you. I'll add you, Nathan. Absolutely.
Okay. And I tried like texting you once, but I know you have
Yeah,
invites from
I
so
never
many
check my
people.
DMs, but I appreciate you, Nathan. I'll make sure to check. I'll make sure to check. I'll try to
Yeah.
look.
And like I said, like I had so many, burns and stuff. People look at me and like I wish I could look like other normal boys. I
Oh.
mean, I'm straight. I'm just saying that I wish I looked so much better than what they look like, but it's who I am.
No, absolutely, that is who you are, and I would say like worrying about those things are like incredibly, like I wouldn't worry about those things. Like it's about like who you are as a person, right? Who
Right,
you are
not
as an
by looks.
individual, right? That's
Right.
that's what matters as people, right? Is who you are as a person, right?
Yeah.
None of those other things are like truly what matters or anything. So
Yeah. And
just
one more
send
thing,
I'll send in love to you for sure. I'll make sure to try
yeah,
to check my
yeah,
messages for
yeah.
sure.
One more thing. I do think that if Kamala was
Kamala,
president, Kamala, sorry, I keep hearing they say that, so
you're
sorry,
good. Don't
Kamala.
you're good. Don't worry.
Sorry, it's just a repeat in my head. If Kamala was president, I think we would be in a serious war issue. I don't think we would be in a good position.
Yeah, I'll make sure to like DM you and we can talk further about that. I think that would be a good place to do so. I
Okay,
definitely I definitely am gonna disagree with that, and I think that that's definitely
but what about
Trump is
Hillary?
is definitely worse for
What
that.
what do you think about her bleaching the emails, Hillary?
Hillary with the emails, what emails specifically?
Well, she bleached emails like the
Like deleting of the emails.
yeah.
Obviously, like I would agree, there's shady things with Hillary Clinton, but nothing with Hillary Clinton at all like comes close to like what we've seen here with Donald Trump. So that's kind of
Yeah,
like where I would come from.
yeah, and like Biden, Biden was a puppet. Can you agree with that? There was other people
No,
running his
no,
job,
I don't think that Biden was a
but
puppet.
why would you think that? He was walking. He wasn't coherent. You
S-
need to watch Fox News
So,
and see the Fockness and see how they talk
so
because you
Fox
guys
is
talk.
definitely Fox News is definitely not a good source. I definitely wouldn't say that Joe Biden was a puppet. In the same way that people prescribe that Joe Biden is a puppet, you could probably prescribe that Donald Trump was a puppet under that same notion, because there are plenty of things you can point to where Donald Trump explicitly like didn't remember who he pardoned, right? And there are plenty of different presidential tasks he doesn't do. He golfs more than professionals on the PGA Tour golf, things like that.
Yeah. Do you think Trump's going be done after this term?
Do I think what?
Sorry. Do you think Trump is going one in 2028?
I don't think he constitutionally can.
Yeah, I know, but he can try.
Do you want him to?
I mean, I think JD Vance would do better.
So you wouldn't want Trump to run again?
No, I would.
You
It's just,
you would?
you, yeah. Trump said,
That's a
Trump said,
violation of the Constitution, though, right?
yeah, but Trump said JD or someone else who would be more on it.
Okay.
But sorry, like Mike Pence, he was good with Trump, um, in 2017, 2016, but after that, Mike Pence kind of gave up on Trump. You know?
Yeah, isn't that like showing that Trump's bad? That like the people closest to him give up on him oftentimes, especially with like Mike Pence and Elon.
Yeah. But I just want to say this, and then I'm done. I just want to say this. You know, people look at different perspective on other people, and they get that or understand. But sometimes people just don't see it one day, and like just see facts. That's what I'm saying, and they just will never get what's happening. Or what's its truth.
Yeah, I would recommend yeah, like I mean, I think that like oftentimes I would recommend to critically think about what you think the truth is as it relates to Donald Trump, because I don't think that Donald Trump at all is truthful. But yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
And he was joking about dating that girl in 10 years.
Yeah,
That was his joke.
isn't that a
No,
really
no, that was a joke.
isn't that a fucked up joke to make?
Yeah, it is.
Isn't that like something that you
But
is like
is he
so
dating her now? No, he's not.
is
Go
isn't
ahead.
isn't it something that's so bad insofar as that you wouldn't want to support someone that he said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years?
What about Biden? He was sniffing that girl's cheek and ear
You're
on
refer-
that video.
you're referencing like his grandchild.
Yes,
Okay.
he was playing with her, but it was so weird.
Yeah, sure, you could say that, but like we're referencing his grandchild versus Donald Trump explicitly making like a sexualized type comment. That's
Yeah,
like what you brought up with like him like sniffing or like talking to or playing with his granddaughter. That's like obviously you could be like it's, you know, weird old man type thing, but like it's nothing like an at all comparable.
yeah. And yeah, anyway. And Dean, you know Dean, right? Like I
No,
tried to
I
been
don't.
on his. Yeah, you do. Dean, your friend.
I was just messing.
Oh, okay, okay. Sorry. Like I tried to go on his stuff, on his life, but I don't know. I don't think he really likes me. But just want to be friends with both of you. You know, on TikTok.
Oh, he probably hasn't seen you in the guest box or anything, or
No, he has.
appreciate the subscription. Maybe it's because he's
No, he
talked to you
has.
before.
Parker. He just has so many people.
Oh, there's just a lot of people. Yeah.
Yeah. Wait, one more thing.
One more thing. Okay.
Okay. Trump said if he ran in 2020, which was rigged, but um, he said the war with Ukraine with Putin would never happen. Do you disagree?
So I think that's a like a wild belief to say that like the war with Putin or the war with Ukraine wouldn't have happened if Donald Trump was president. Clearly, like Donald Trump has actually allowed for Putin to get more power. So to claim that like Putin would have had less power if Donald Trump were president, I think is a bit ridiculous given what we know about, you know, Donald Trump and his, you know, givingness to power to Putin.
If it was like JD and he would finish, like, stop the war, would that probably change your mind?
That what? I mean, I I don't think that JD Vance would stop the war, but I think JD Vance is preferable to Donald Trump.
You mean the same?
What's up?
You mean the same, you know, as equal?
Uh,
Like, he
I,
wouldn't fix the war, is what you're saying?
yeah, I don't think that he would fix the war.
But it's still going on today. I mean, Biden didn't do anything.
Well, Biden did do stuff. He specifically got the entirety of NATO to help defend Ukraine, which
Yeah. What do you think?
specifically was good.
What do you think about his cancer? You
Uh,
think he's going to make it?
um, I mean, I don't think should comment on whether or not I think someone who has cancer is quote unquote going to make it or not. Um, like I don't think that would be like fair for me to do, or that would make any sense to do.
Oh yeah, did you hear Janine Paneer, or whatever her name is, turned Republican?
Who?
The black woman, the press secretary, she turned Republican.
What's her name?
John Pierre, the other press secretary.
You mean the press secretary under Biden?
Yes, that one. She turned Republican. I mean, she
Um,
wrote a book, but she was saying that they were talking bad about her, like she wasn't doing her job right. I think she wrote a book, if I'm correct.
um, no, no, she's just now independent. That's all.
Oh, I'm sorry, independent. My bad.
Yeah. All right. Well,
Sorry, my bad.
all right. Well, is there anything else you like to say real quick before I go on to the next person?
No, just add me, and I would like to talk to you. You know, I'm home most of the time. I don't have my driver's license, but I do go out with my parents. It's just I'm very I don't go out a lot.
For sure, Nathan. I appreciate you coming up.
Yeah, and I pray for you, Parker.
Appreciate you, Nathan. Thank you, man.
Thank you.
Alrighty. Let's go on to the next person real quick. Let me get some. Let me think some people because I'm a bit far behind on that. Actually, real quick, let me do this real quick. I need to catch up. Disgusted veteran, thank you so much for the $50 on YouTube super chat. Thank you so much for found you through Dean Withers' site and watch your Jubilee debates. Uphill battle for you since it is the men of your generation that are being targeted in this hate war. Keep fighting the good fight, sir. Thank you so much, Disgusted veteran. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Give some W's for them in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Thank you. W's for them in the comment section right now. We're going to get some debates going right now. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Adasta, thank you for the $10. Thank you, Jeanette. Thank you so much for the $5. Maudie, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $4.20. Thank you. Should be live until around 11 my time. Audeli, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5. Really, that's crazy. That's crazy. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
29.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yeah, we've talked before.
Okay.
Oh, you about to kick me, huh?
Wow.
We had a
Why,
good conversation.
do you want to debate me again?
I mean, if you're okay with it, I know you don't like double debating people.
Yeah, I probably don't.
We had a good one though. We had a good one
Push the
though.
crown. If you stay in the box and I can't find someone in the next like few minutes, I'll add you.
Yeah, that should be fine. You have a good one. Otherwise,
you.
not. Yeah,
Got you.
cool.
Got you. All right. Try to get someone I haven't debated up here real quick. Leah, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much for you're a wonderful person. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Leah. Can we get some W's for Leah in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Leah. W's for Leah. Thank you. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? All right, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, what's up?
How old are you? What's up, Christian? What's up, Christian? How you doing? How you doing? Let's go on to the next person here real quick. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, how old are you?
24?
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes, sir.
Why so?
Because he's not a rapist.
Did you still support him?
Not necessarily his morals, but I think he's a good leader.
So, like, if you could go back in time and vote for him, you still would?
With the information I know now, possibly not, but I still think he's a better leader than what we had on the table.
So you wouldn't have voted for him?
With the information that came out today, probably not. But
Okay.
in terms of a leader, then yes.
Okay. So you now won't support him given that you know he's on the Epstein files?
Correct.
But prior, you still would have.
Yes.
You know that like he has plenty of other things that are incredibly bad about him, right? He said in the past that Epstein's a terrific guy, that he likes beautiful women as much as he does, many of them on the younger side. Yes, it was brought to the light. You could have looked at it.
How so? Who
What?
proved it?
Have you been on my live
How was it
before?
proven? No.
Never?
No.
You've never heard the information that Donald Trump was held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman?
Never.
Really?
No.
I just don't believe you. Anything you want to debate about? Or nah? Nope, you left. Okay. All right, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. If you're on YouTube, do make sure to like the stream. It should help get it out to more people. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
You're a fetus. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Grace, are you there? Push that mustache. Grace, you said Parker and Dean split up. You also were saying MAGA in the comment section. So what do you mean by Parker and Dean split up? What you talking about? Okay. Apparently they're not here. This next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Zeph, thank you for the 18-month subscription. Thank you so much, Zeph. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? All right, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
35.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
I did.
Do you support him?
Yes, I do.
Even after today, after hearing that he explicitly is in the Epstein files according to Elon Musk?
I think that's a lie.
You think it's a lie? What makes you think it's a lie? You think Elon's a liar?
Well, Elon has Asperger's, so, I mean, I would think...
How does that make him a liar? Even if that were true, how does that make him a liar? One, you can't diagnose him. Two, right, that doesn't make him a liar.
It's definitely true that he has Asperger's.
One, you can't diagnose him. Two, that doesn't make him a
I'm
liar.
not diagnosing him. He has said it.
But was he diagnosed?
Yes, he was diagnosed. He has
Yeah.
publicly said he has Asperger's.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that there's not good evidence to indicate that he hasn't been diagnosed yet. Now, given that he has been diagnosed, I would obviously acknowledge that. I'm pretty sure he's just self-diagnosed.
Well, we're assuming, I guess.
Specifically with autism, because that's the diagnosis name. It's just considered autism.
No, there's a difference between autism and Asperger's.
So actually, it's all under autism spectrum disorder now. So it's all under ASD. Hello? Hello? Trissy, you there? So can I ask you a question about?
Yes.
Yeah. So you do think that it's a lie about Donald Trump, that he's not actually in the Epstein files, and that Elon's just lying?
I think so.
What makes you think that Elon is lying?
Well, I mean, he sells those cars and he, says they're great and everything, but then they start wrecking and stuff.
He sells cars that wreck. Okay. Did you know that Donald Trump had a Trump University? Do you think people got their money's worth out of Trump University?
Oh, I didn't know Donald Trump had a university.
Yep. Trump steaks, Trump vodka. All these things failed. He has 6 bankruptcies. Did you know that?
No, I knew he had bankruptcies.
The art of the deal. Persia the Dragon, thank you.
But I think if you're in debt, that's pretty smart to do.
So you think it was smart that he has 6 bankruptcies? Can you name a single other billionaire that has 6 bankruptcies, or a good businessman that has 6 bankruptcies?
No.
No, why not?
Not that we know
Beside
of. I
myself.
mean, there could be a lot of people that has
You know, I've
bankruptcies.
I've never heard someone who says that.
I just think Trump's a good guy, and he's a good leader, and he's getting a lot of people out that, are not legal.
Are you trolling?
Was trolling.
Like, are you joking?
Yes, we battled before.
Yeah. Okay, I was really hoping. Thank you for being a troll. Because I was really losing faith in humanity there for a second. And it was getting bad.
Joy.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
16.
You got to be 18 plus to join the live. TikTok rules, everyone 18 plus. Let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes.
What's your birth year?
Huh?
What's your birth year?
What?
Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Toby, thank you for the 5 pounds. Thank you. I would really appreciate it. Okay. That's funny. Thank you so much, Toby. I appreciate it. Thank you. W's for Toby. Let's get this next person up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
48.
Did you vote for
48.
Donald Trump?
Yeah. Are people from other countries allowed to come onto the live?
If
Like you take people?
if you voted for Donald Trump, then you wouldn't be, right?
No, I see you sometimes saying, what time is it? Like if they're not in the right country, you won't let them talk.
Yeah, like if you can't vote, then obviously
But you take their money. They donate money to you and you take it.
Yeah.
You just said thank you for the 40 pounds or whatever. But that pounds on American. Americans can't come up, but you can take their money.
Yes.
Whoa.
What's wrong with that?
Whoa.
What's wrong with that?
Why can't they talk on your live? But you can take their money.
Because I debate specifically Trump supporters who vote in this country. The same way that like Democrats will send me money, but they can't come up on the live, right? Because I'm debating Trump supporters. Braun, thank you so much for the $20 for keeping the good work, man. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Like what? Like most people who are debating me or sending me money aren't going to be debating me. Thank you, Braun. Thank you so much for the $20. So, well, I don't know what your point is with that. Did you try? Are you? Do you think I'm a grifter?
Yeah.
Yeah, you
kinda.
do? You do?
Yeah.
By the way, you support the biggest grifter of them all, even according to Elon Musk. Right? But can you tell me how I'm a grifter?
You're taking everybody's money, even though they're not allowed to talk on your live.
What? Wait, Donald Trump takes your money and you're not allowed to talk on anything that he does?
I never gave him any of my money.
Really, but he takes money specifically for donations for his campaigns, doesn't he?
I thought he doesn't get a paycheck from the. Does he?
No, he does. According to
takes
his
it?
tax returns, he got the paycheck, yeah.
So he's been lying?
Yes.
Oh,
Literally,
geez.
yes. Literally, yes. He's been lying. So, but how am I a grifter? Do you want to tell me how? He left. He ran away. Thank you everyone for supporting the grift. I really appreciate it. Oh my gosh. Christian with the $300 on PayPal. Thank you for saying hi to me and thank you for supporting gay rights. Happy Pride, Christian. Can we get some fucking W's for Christian in the comment section for the fucking $300 on PayPal? Thank you so much for supporting the grift. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Meg, thank you for the 10 pounds for I'm a Brit. Love your streams. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Chen, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I know, right? It's crazy. But thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Give me some fucking W's for Christian in the comment section. Holy shit. W's for Christian in the comment section. Braun, thank you so much for the $5 for more support for the grift. Thank you so much. Thank you. Always appreciate the support of the grift. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, Cookie King mogs you, bro. Cookie
No,
King
he doesn't, bro.
absolutely
What are you
mogs-
talking about? Cookie King gets mogged. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 27.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes, I did.
Why so?
No, I just think with how the world is going nowadays, I think we need strong leadership, and he's one of those characters who can do that.
Okay.
Yes.
Do you think strong leaders typically have their right-hand mans go against them?
What you're saying with the Elon thing?
Yeah, literally. Like the Elon thing, the Mike Pence thing.
Yeah, but how do we know if that's true? I mean, you could just say something on Twitter and then believe it.
So Elon's lying.
We don't know.
You don't know?
He's not in jail. Nothing's happened, right?
So are you saying he is?
This just came out today?
What good reason did he have to be biased against Donald Trump? According to himself, he is the reason why Donald Trump got elected.
I just remember it was weird since he was talking about how Elon got upset with the beautiful bill about EVs or something like that. But it was weird because they were having a conversation where he was kind of bashing EVs while he was what was it? It was they were, I can't remember. They're interviewing them two together, and he mentioned something about bashing EVs. He didn't have any problem with that at all. And all of a sudden, now with the beautiful bill coming out, that it mentions EVs and some nonsense like that he got upset about. I guess what created it all.
No,
it's
because the bill has pork. The bill is horrible.
Well, we don't
and
know.
Even Elon Musk can see it. Even
Yeah,
his biggest right-hand man supporter.
It's all it's drama that I don't know. We don't have an answer as of yet. So I mean,
okay.
Who knows?
So then,
You know
do you
what I
think the Epstein files exist?
Of course.
You do. Okay. So then, why would Elon say that he saw, right? What's his face? Trump on the Epstein files when he didn't. Why would he say that?
I'm not too sure. To try to create drama. Maybe he wanted to
Why?
not be obviously with Elon being pro Trump and all that. I'm sure he was getting bashed by a lot of people or something. Maybe they were some sort of, I don't know. It sounds like a crazy conspiracy, but I think it's something to probably ease away from like politics and continue his business. I guess.
Why wouldn't he have done that prior to the election? Why would he have ever involved himself in politics in the first place? What? That makes no sense.
Because he never came out with it before. He just got into it once we found out that Trump was elected. He obviously got involved, all that nonsense to try to get him to win. He wasn't involved before, so I mean, people can change, I guess. So he decided he wanted to go to the right side.
Okay. Tony, think of this a member subscription. So, like, you believe he changed because of public backlash.
I mean,
Now comparative to any other point in time, now it's because of public backlash now.
I mean, it all depends. Yeah, if you get a lot of heat, I mean, you start to try to.
Wasn't he the cause of most of the public backlash?
He never came out. Did he come out politically in the past before this whole thing, or
yes,
that? I don't know.
He talked about how he thinks the bill was bad.
No. I'm saying
thank you so much. Appreciate the $8 Australian for Here's the Grift. Parker, loving watching MAGA implode from Australia this morning. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Oh yeah, so I was stating like before. I'm saying before all the with the election coming up and stuff. I'm saying way before all that was he coming out saying like he's right. I don't remember him like recalling him on Twitter screaming that he's politically
How about you go look at his
Republican.
Twitter? How about you go look at his Twitter?
I mean, God, I don't want to do that, but either way, instead of with all the conspiracies and nonsense, we probably get into why I guess I think he's a good leader and why I like his immigration policy. I mean, things like that. They're all. I think it's good, especially with the migrant protection protocols that he has and the zero tolerance policy from 2017 to 21.
Okay. So tell me specifically what policy. You said you like the zero tolerance policy. What is that?
Well, from 2017 to 21, it was pretty much. It's just pretty much of a, I guess, undocumented immigrant created like an act of violence or something like that, or zero tolerance, and they'd probably send them back most likely, if that's from what I recall.
That's okay. So that already existed. If someone
committed
a violent,
if someone
committed a violent crime, they already got deported, right? That's literally what the policy already was.
But with immigration enforcement, I think obviously you can create executive orders enforcing it and hiring more people and things like that. So I think that being said, him getting involved, obviously he did enforce it because as of recently, I think so far the administration has claimed like 140,000 people. From what I don't know what I think that's the current stat. So I think they are definitely trying to get on the case with it and trying to, support, people who are violent, obviously drugs, things like that, and people who are undocumented. I think that's the approach he's trying to get at, which I do like, versus like when Biden was in president, that didn't really necessarily happen. It was a very slow rate. It was just not really too involved with it, if that's so at all.
Slow raise in what?
So, like border security was a lot. It wasn't as strict. I'm sure because those people.
Okay, so what did the Biden-Harris administration do that made border security not as good?
Well, the numbers. I'm assuming the numbers weren't as high as they were now at this ongoing rate, because we have 140,000 people now that were being deported as of, I think, how long has he been in office for? Pretty not that long. So I mean, and it's already getting involved with it. So.
What was the response? I'm confused. Can you repeat? I didn't get you there.
And so pretty much the rate I would, with Trump being in office, which I don't know how many days. Do you know how many days exactly? It's
been over 5 months.
So 5 months.
Almost 5 months. Almost.
So if I guess I compared it to from when Biden and Harris were in, or to get in office, when they had how many people deported as of, and what kind of.
You're just saying you like the fact that more people have been deported. Is that your view?
It's not that I like it. I just think that they were more strict under Trump. It's more strict
Okay,
in terms of enforcing the policy and enforcing, like, with his
okay.
executive orders
Based
to
on
be able
what
to,
policy?
well, according to the migrant protection protocols. I mean,
Which ones?
I'm trying to think of a few on top of my head, like, oh, I don't know. I honestly don't know. On the top of my head, I don't.
Isn't that a big issue
What?
that you don't know?
Well, I mean, they're required asylum seekers to remain in Mexico while U.S. cases were processed. I
Okay,
mean,
then here, let me ask you
it's
this
a full
question.
procedure, and
Someone who's
certain
seeking
parole programs, and
asylum from Mexico, where should they stay while they seek asylum?
what was the question? I missed it.
Someone who's seeking asylum from Mexico, where should they stay while they're seeking asylum?
I don't know, where should they stay?
I'm asking you.
Well, let me ask you this: if there was somebody trying to, let's just have it, it might be a little drastic, or let's just say an immigrant needed to stay at your house, would you let them stay at your house? I'm just curious.
No, I'm confused why I would have to do that. I believe there should be an open border between Nevada and California. Does that mean I should have to believe
Because,
that
like,
like
for
wait,
example,
Justin,
okay,
I
yeah,
believe in an open border between California and Nevada. As someone living in California, does that mean I have to be okay with people from Nevada coming and staying in my house?
no, but in
No,
terms
so
of,
obviously that's a ridiculous standpoint. So like, I don't know
it's
why
not, because if somebody
even if I
is,
was arguing for an open border, which I'm not, right? That wouldn't even entail that I have to believe that.
because of why I'm bringing that to question is, or why I'm saying that is because if someone would just, for example, were to come into the U.S. and get hurt, right? That, takes a lot of resources out of us, out of the U.S. dollar, especially if it comes to emergency Medicaid. So if that's why I'm kind of using that example. So if someone were, if you were, trying to allow an immigrant into your place to stay, you obviously are saying no. But that's the problem we have, is because they're coming in and using resources, and it's costing us money, and especially if they're
Justin,
creating violent
okay, so
crime
you're
and
saying
things
it's
like that.
okay. So then there's two things here. One, undocumented immigrants and documented immigrants commit crime at lower rates, violent crime and drug crime and property crime at lower rates than natural-born U.S. citizens, right? Also, if you want to reference specifically in terms of economic costs, right, immigrants add more to the economy than they take from it. Okay, this idea that immigrants are net losses to our economy is ridiculous.
Well, when it comes to, I think there was a stat in 2010, they actually cost us in Medicare, emergency Medicare, I think it was $4 billion. So I'm sure now we're in,
Undocumented immigrants pay $100 billion in taxes in 2022.
yeah, but you can't ignore,
So
what is
are
$4
you going to ignore
that?
What is $4 billion comparative to $100 billion?
It was $4 billion in 2010. So especially what I don't know what it is now in 2025. I can imagine it's very, very high. It's way more than $4 billion, because
Okay.
what the cost is going up. And
What's the difference in time? When is that from?
from 2010. So if we could find
Okay,
how much they costed in 2024 from
if you 5x
numerous
if you
years.
5x it, it's still way lower.
So we're just going to ignore that it's costing us money, that someone gets hurt,
Because
we
we
have to pay for it, pretty
we
much.
gain more money by far. You're making a issue out of something.
So I guess it has no effect.
You're making an issue out of something that is not an issue.
It is, because that's
No.
in 2010. You're saying 4 times or whatever, 4 billion times,
5 times.
5 times. You can't say that. I mean, you
Four-
never know how much it was from 2010 and up. Like,
Okay, if there was a 10 times difference in prices, which there isn't, it would still be less than half. Sean, think of the $5. Thank you.
everyone's saying they're lagging. Am I like talking am I stuttering, or?
What do you mean?
I don't know, everyone's saying lag. I don't know.
It's
People are
the
just-
it's the chat. It's the
yeah.
chat. It's lagging for the chat, but it doesn't lag for us debating. It's an issue I've been dealing with on this account, so I'm probably going to go over to my other account.
Either way, it was a good debate. I mean, I had one with Dean and it got heated. At least you did. At least you're a lot nicer about it. So I guess I'll stop debating here. It's
Okay.
been real.
All right, everyone. I recommend everyone on TikTok to go over to YouTube. I'm gonna go live on my girlfriend's account. Parker got a GF because there, or no, actually not Parker got a GF. I'll go live on Dean's account, DNC Dean. That's where I'll be live right now. I want to say thank you, real quick, to fucking Sid with the fucking $200 on YouTube super chat. Can we get some W's for Sid in the comment section right now for the $200 on YouTube super chat for literally such a happy Thursday to everyone. Elon, but JFC was fun day to talk to MAGA dad, Lamau. That's so funny. Give me some W's for Sid in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Sid. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, Sid. W's for Sid in the comment section right now. We right now are gonna go and we're gonna go over to Dean's account and we're gonna use that real quick. I love everyone so much. Go over there. Go over to my YouTube. Parker get a job on YouTube. Otherwise, I'll be live on DNC Dean. Parker get a job on YouTube. Otherwise, I'll be live on DNC Dean. Sean, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. He's referencing the emergency, which is given to even tourists. Jessica, thank you for the $2. Thank you. All right, everyone. I love y'all so much. I will see y'all on YouTube. Parker get a job. Love y'all. All right, all right. My following feed was seemingly good. Like I had good percentage for following. It's just the issue is that like the it's lagging. So once I get live studio on my main account, I think we'll be good. All right, here, let's go switch over. All right, look, this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. They should think of the $2. Alrighty, alrighty. Let me start it on Dean's account. Thank you, Nation, again for the $2. I really appreciate it. Alrighty. Alright. Properties. Sure. All right, all right. Let me see if on Dean's account we show up for my link tree. Let me see. DNC Dean. Based. Nice. We're good. We're good. We're good. We're good. We're good. All right. Let me join in on my main account. Or actually, no, you know what? I'll just leave it for a bit, and then maybe I'll join in on my main account in a bit. What's up, everyone joining in? What's up, everyone joining in? Oh, hi. You're not Dean? I am Dean. What's up? How's everyone doing today? What's up? What's up? What's up? It's a goddamn I'm just kidding. That's crazy. That's so insane. Dean clone. Look at this Dean clone. W Dean for the account. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I'm sorry to everyone. I'm sorry to everyone looking for Dean, and you don't have Dean. It's me. I apologize. Harrison, aren't you 12? I don't think I can debate you. Everyone tap that screen. Tap that screen. Share the live, everyone. We'll help get it out to more people. We'll help get it out to more people. We're going to start getting some debates here very soon. Very, very soon, I tell you. Very soon, I tell you. Alrighty, alrighty. Give it a second, y'all. Is this Parker or Peter? This is Parker. What are you talking about? What you talking about? We're going to start getting some debates up very soon. Very soon, I tell you. Alrighty, alrighty. It looks like it's already not sending out. That's so brutal. That's so brutal, I tell you. We're already having issues. No. No. What's up, everyone? We'll see if we can get some debates going. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Cam, thank you for the $2. Thank you.
Cookie King Margie.
Not
Cookie King
possible. Not possible. That's just such a crazy take. Such a crazy take, bro. Harrison said, "Who cares? Nobody likes you. Anyways, you use bots." Yeah, everyone in the live is a bot. You're so right, dude. You're so fucking right. Everyone in the live's a bot. Beep boop, beep boop. Crazy, right? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? I forgot. Dean's guest box is horrible, isn't it? Isn't it horrible? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18, Dean.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
I did not. I just wanted to join, and I just wanted to say I appreciate.
I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Ricky, did you vote for Donald Trump? Oh, they left. Thank you. Thank you. I really appreciate it, by the way. All right, let's get this next person up here.
Hey, you a bitch and I'm gonna shoot all your 10 children.
What the fuck, dude? Ariana, thank you for the $5. That's so crazy. That's so crazy, chat. Not the fetus threatening the life of my babies. I almost added them up a second time. That's crazy. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 20.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes, I did.
Why so?
For the culture.
What do you mean? What about the culture?
Well, I do not like the liberal culture, so I voted right, as far right as I could.
What about the liberal culture?
Just I don't think that DI is good at all, or really anything to do with the modern LGBTQ movement or the modern feminist movement.
Oh,
or really
okay.
anything like that.
Okay. Can I ask
or
you?
porn or anything.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure. Shoot.
Do you have an issue with pride?
Dude, that would be weird because I'm gay.
Oh, so you don't have an issue with pride. So what's your issue with the LGBTQ
Well, I
plus
actually do
community?
have an issue with the modern pride, yes.
Why? What's wrong with that?
It's just, like, disgusting. It's not helping the movement at all. It's decreasing us. It's making us sound like just sex pots.
Well, how so?
Have you been to a modern pride? Hold up.
Yeah.
Have you
well,
actually been to one?
yeah, I'm confused how at all it is. You're trolling. I feel like you're trolling.
I'm not.
I don't believe you. I don't believe you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 28.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
I did, man, but I just got on here to see what you think, if I made a mistake or not.
What do you mean?
Still not popular, but it is what it is.
I mean, I don't know. Do you support Donald Trump or do you not?
No, I'm against Donald Trump.
Okay. Yeah, I'm still on the fence on current events. All of the current events are making me on the fence. I was off of the fence prior to the events that have occurred this week, but like I said, as opposed to the things with Elon Musk this week, it's hard to know what's true and what's not true and what to believe and what not to believe.
Okay. So, do you believe that? Do you believe in Elon Musk?
Do I believe in him?
Like, do you believe that what he said is like legitimately true about Donald Trump?
I would find it very hard for me to truly sit here and believe that he would have any reason to lie about anything that he would post on his platform. I'm not saying that means that he can't do that or that he won't do that.
Okay, so then
I'm just saying that
hear me out. Why do you support a guy that is on the Epstein files?
So listen, we can debate this. I won't disagree with something that I believe that you might be right about. And as far as that goes, I just watched something regarding that. It was Charlie Kirk, and I know you debated him before. And again, that's really far right, and I get that. Again, Charlie's an intelligent guy himself, so the way he can manipulate words, especially in debates, can confuse a lot of people from the truth and from a lie. But from what I've seen that he said was that the Epstein files some of them were already released in February, which was post-election results. So Donald Trump was president already.
Yeah, two like high elite right-wing people.
What is it?
To the elites of the right wing, like to content creators on the right. That's all who it was released to, and only portions of the right.
I can't. I'm not saying 100% certainty because I don't remember every word he said in the video. But I thought he said that it was public information. I just did not, on my end, I did not do my due diligence and actually look at it or do any research behind it. Like I said, it was just as far as me seeing a video, and then trying to interpret my own opinion on it. But yeah, like I said, to answer your question that you asked me in the beginning, I'm definitely on the fence whether I do support him or whether I do not. The main reason that I did support him.
Okay, so you don't necessarily support him anymore.
Like I said, I'm just on the fence.
If you're on the fence, I think you should watch the live. Chat, do you think at this point it would make sense to should we keep trying it out, see if the algorithm works, or should we just go back to my girlfriend's account? Because if it's the same as my girlfriend's account, might as well just go use my girlfriend's account. Keep trying. A lot of people are saying keep trying. Here for a bit longer? Okay. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, what's up, bro? I'm 23.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yeah, I did, sadly. But
do you not
there are
support anyone else?
No, there are some issues that I do agree with. I would say not with regards to President Trump individually, but I guess with his agenda, as in like the Republican Party
I just want to be
agenda.
clear with my question. Do you support him now?
Sure, yeah.
Sure, yeah, or no?
Yeah.
Okay, why so? Even after the Epstein files?
Well, again, I guess the issue I kind of wanted to talk to you about was not with the Epstein files, because that's pretty bad. But I guess what I wanted to talk about was medical care with regards to like gender affirming medical care with the minors. Like, what's your stance on that?
We allow for people to take puberty blockers who are cis. I don't know why we would restrict trans kids from doing that. Cis kids have been able to do that for a while. If determined by the doctor, it makes sense to allow the doctor to determine that.
Could you educate me on what cis is? I'm a little...
Not trans. That's all it means.
Okay. So repeat now that I...
Yeah, those that are not trans can take what's it called? Puberty blockers prior to the point of when they're younger as well, for medical reasons.
But isn't that medical reason a little different than gender affirming, like specifically?
Just because the reason is
like low testosterone, for example.
Just because the reason is different doesn't mean that it shouldn't be allowed medically, right? Because again, they're both medical.
Yeah, but wouldn't that play a role in like the government interest at hand for regulating that issue? Like, do you know what I'm saying?
What do you mean? How so?
Well, for example, like a young male who's, I don't know, 16 going through puberty, who has been diagnosed with low testosterone, right? The government interest in that with regards to what the test that the Supreme Court uses in determining whether or not it's like a fundamental right or whatever, right? So with regards to that 16-year-old going through puberty, they would obviously have a higher government interest, a more compelling government interest, I should say, than just like a legitimate government interest as in gender affirming care, which I think under this equal protection clause, they deemed as sexual orientation, so they would apply rational basis, which is only a legitimate government interest that the state has to prove, right? So legitimate could be anything, as in, like, for example, the medical research isn't there to truly say, like, I guess that the future effects wouldn't harm the child, or who's to say that the child in the future will change their mind? Like, am I making sense?
So again, you're saying change their mind. Do you think it's likely that people regret gender affirming care?
No, I wouldn't say regret. And again, like,
So if the
I
regret
support.
rate isn't high, then I don't know why you'd assume this.
No, it's not assuming it because it happens.
What?
Not in everyone,
What happens?
but that people change their mind.
Regret? So regret.
No, I think regret. Let me sit up. I think regret is an adjective that it doesn't need to be used. I'm just saying that they decide that that's not who they believe themselves to be.
So they would regret the gender affirming care.
No, I don't think there's any, like, malice in their decision. I just think that
I don't think that's what I'm saying it means. Well, I'm confused. Do you know what regret means?
Yeah, to, like,
you think you shouldn't have gotten the procedure.
Well, if you want to put it that way, then yeah.
There's about a 1% regret rate. That's way less than, like, most other surgeries. Do you think children should be restricted from getting knee surgery?
Yeah, but
there's a higher regret rate.
But again, it goes back to the government interest at hand. So you would have to only show a legitimate government interest, meaning that 1% is, in fact, what you just said, a legitimate government interest.
Legitimate government. I'm confused. Can you clarify?
Yeah, so sexual orientation under the Equal Protection Clause only requires the state to show a legitimate government interest because it is based on the discrimination, if there is one, is only based on sexual orientation, like men or women, whatever, right? Or even transgender or whatever. So you only have to apply rational basis.
Wait. Being trans is not a sexuality or a sexual orientation.
Yeah, I'm just telling you what the Supreme Court has labeled it as. That it's not.
I don't see how this is a response to what I'm saying.
Well, because I'm telling you asked for clarification on why you would only need a legitimate government interest rather than a compelling government interest. And that's because the Supreme Court has only classified transgender people not as sex or gender, which they would need to show a significant important government interest, but rather sexual orientation, which you apply rational basis, which is a legitimate government interest. And that 1% is in fact a legitimate government interest.
Okay, so then should we restrict people from getting knee surgeries because it's more than 1%?
Well, in that scenario, they wouldn't be similarly situated as someone who's trying to change their gender as a minor.
Why does that matter? You said the regret rate is what matters.
No, I didn't.
Okay, so then you don't have any specific rational basis for your position. You're just saying that because you just don't like trans people, you don't want them to have access to it.
No,
That's literally what you're arguing.
No, I hope it doesn't sound like I'm against trans people because, like, I respect everyone, right? But no, the legitimate interest is that there's not enough data to show that there isn't any future harm that's going to happen with these kids with regards to the gender affirming care in the moment, right? Because again, there is a 1% regret, as you want to put it, right, for doing that, like, potentially in the future. And I'm just asking
There's also regret for children who are not trans who get the same procedure.
Like with regards to what, like testosterone replacement therapy, or?
No, right? I'm referencing specifically the use of puberty blockers, right? In the context of cis children, there's a higher regret rate, right, as it relates to that, or similar.
Okay, can you say that again a little slower? I'm sorry.
A higher regret rate for people who specifically are not trans who are using puberty blockers.
For cis that are using puberty blockers.
Okay. All right. Is there anything else you'd like to talk about, Rad?
Nah, bro. Have a good one.
Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. All right, do give it a second, y'all. Do give it a minute, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Allegations about you raping your girlfriend true?
Uh,
That's what I heard. Did
no,
you? Be honest.
No, that's a fucking weird, random fucking person thing. What the fuck? Who the fuck comes up and says that? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yeah.
How old are you?
I'm 20.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes.
Okay. The other person, Moo, are you there?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
No, I did not, but I support him now.
Oh, okay. So either of you, why do you support Donald Trump now?
You want to go first, Moon, or you want me to?
Yeah, you go ahead.
I bet. So I support Donald Trump because it's the lesser of the two evils.
Okay, why so?
Well, I voted for him because he was the lesser of two evils, which was Kamala Harris and the Democratic Party.
Kamala. But yeah, I said why so.
Oh, because just because of morality, basic morality.
You mean like, so to clarify, I have a question. Would you let someone legally immigrate to the country if they were held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman?
I don't like immigration to begin with, so no.
So you wouldn't let them legally immigrate to the country if they were held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman, but you would let them become president of the United States?
You know that was fodder.
I know
everybody
that was
knows
what?
that was fodder.
What do you mean by that?
Fodder?
Yeah, I don't know what that means.
So you're so up. Could you close that door? So could you? So you're so concerned about Trump and his fodder charges that they put up against him.
Can you just
but
tell
you're
me what
not
that means?
Concerned
I don't
at
know
all
what that
about
means.
the Epstein list. That means it's bullshit charges.
Okay, so again, explain to me how
See
it was
all
bullshit.
the time when people are trying to take their politicians out.
How is it bullshit?
It was trumped up political charges to get him out of the race.
Okay, so again, in terms of that, this has nothing to do with politics. He was held civilly liable for sexually abusing E. Jean Carroll, even before his point where he was running. So I don't know what you're talking about. It was before the point he was running for 2024.
Hey, do you like porn, Parker?
What the fuck is wrong with you? Why'd you just randomly ask me that question? Get the
because
fuck
it's
off my live. Yo, it's how old are you?
27.
First the Night Star. Did you vote for Donald Trump?
No, I didn't vote for him, but
Oh,
I
sorry.
don't
You said you
support
support
any
him.
of his.
So why do you support him now?
Yeah, I mean the dude's a winner. That's what it is. He's a piece of shit, but he wins. That's what it is. And
is he winning against Elon Musk right now?
Is he winning against Elon Musk right now? I mean, look, Elon. They're both nepo babies that are on some bullshit right now, and and I agree with a lot of the stuff that you and Dean say, but I think when it comes to messaging and getting his point across, he's far better at it than both parties. I'm sorry?
How so?
In terms of he's hyper focused on one problem or one issue or whatever and just drives at it is what it is. I don't agree with it. Is what I'm hello?
So then you don't support him.
I'm sorry?
So then you don't support his policy.
I don't support his policy. No, not at all.
Would you have voted for if you could go back in time, would you have voted for him?
If I could go back in time, no, I would not have voted for him, but I feel
get the fuck off my life, bro. I'm just looking for people who do support Donald Trump, and by when I say you support Donald Trump, It means if you were to go back in time, you would vote for him. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Christine, you there? Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
How old are you?
21.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
No, but I wasn't in the country at the time.
Do you support him?
Yeah.
So if you could go back in time, would you have voted for him? And can you vote?
Sure, yeah.
And you can vote?
Yes and yes.
Yeah, okay, so why so? Actually, wait, before you do, I need to ask
okay.
the other person. Timmy, did you vote for Donald Trump?
No, but I just here to.
Go ahead.
That
so
was a child.
Why did you vote for Donald Trump?
Okay, to contextualize it, I study economics at university. Well, I studied, right?
Wait, what state do you live in?
California.
You live in California? What time is it?
Let me check. 6:22:23.
Can you name 3 cities in California?
Yeah, fuck. Unlucky.
Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Hello? Savior, are you there? Hello? Savior, you were spamming in my comment section. Parker, just give up now. 6 months. Do you want to have a conversation, or do you just want to sit up here and be quiet? I can hear you. I literally hear you. Okay, they left. You're scared to have a dialogue. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 30, bro.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yeah, but why you on Dean's account, bro?
He's letting me use the algorithm to see if it works. To see like whether or not it's an IP thing, device thing, or if it's related to an account. But yeah. So why do you support Donald Trump?
You're not relevant anymore.
I'm relevant to you, Michael. Think of the $5.
Dean's the guy now, bro. You fucked up when you gave him the platform. You fucked up.
Do you want to have a conversation? Because I don't care about any of those things.
You're begging for views. It's not the algorithm. You're just not relevant. Look at him. He's trying to sip on his little cup now. This guy said maybe it's the algorithm. Nah, man, you're not relevant, bro. You fucked up. You gave Dean your platform. Now he took it all from you.
You want to have a conversation, or you just want to be like annoying?
Why are you getting mad, man?
I'm not mad at all. I'm just waiting for you to have a dialogue with me about the topic.
Look at your face. You know it's true, bro. Dean's more relevant than you now.
Dude, why would I dispute reality? You want to have a conversation?
Yeah, you can't grift his audience, bro. That guy pulls in like 10, 15K, bro. You're stuck at like...
why are you so obsessed with Dean?
Oh, just like I'm just bugging you, bro. I'm bugging you.
Do you want to have a conversation?
Nah, really. I just wanted to roast you because you get no pull no more.
Okay. How many followers do you have? Macros. Real question.
Bro, I don't know. I don't care. I don't sit here all day.
You're actually you're blocked on my main account. How'd you do that?
I probably said you're a loser or something in the chat, and then they got mad at me.
No, I don't block just for that. Hey, by the way, the fact that you say that like
I remember.
I just want to let you know the fact that you say that like I fell off when there's 5,000 people, over 5,000 people listening to me, 5.6 thousand people. I think that's honestly a compliment. I really appreciate that.
It's okay, man. Like, don't worry. I'm just pulling your leg, man. Just
No,
roasting you.
I just really appreciate it. Like that's actually like genuinely like
Yo, listen,
that
listen.
actually like makes me feel good. Because like if 5.7 thousand people is falling off to you, then like that's gotta mean that
Yeah.
like I was doing incredibly fucking good
Listen,
before,
listen,
right?
bro. I don't like you much. I won't lie to you, but I rate you for what you do because you make your moves. I'm just fucking with you. That's all it is, bro. It's all good, though, bro. Keep doing your thing, bro. I ain't
Okay.
gonna fight you on that.
All right. That's funny. That's funny. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh, is it me?
Yeah, how old are you?
23. Sorry.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
I sure did.
Why so?
Because I really enjoyed his, well, I put air quotes around enjoyed, but I like his policy on no tax on overtime.
Okay. So you know his no tax on overtime policy, or isn't actually a zero tax on overtime. It's explicitly only a portion of it. It's just a deduction.
What do you mean by that?
It's literally just a deduction. Like in any of the policies he's brought up, it's not zero taxes on overtime as a whole.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that. So state tax. So it's not the federal taxes, state taxes, or is it federal? Is it a federal law over the state tax that's taken out of overtime?
Your overtime is taxed as normal income, correct?
Yes.
So then you have federal and state taxes.
Yes.
So it would only be a deduction from your federal taxes.
I got you.
Not from your state taxes.
But still, I mean, that's a little bit more money in my pocket, you know.
And a very small portion. It also might cause so like I mean there's a few things, right? Like in terms of you getting a little bit more money, it's way smaller than like actually what you're going to have in terms of more spending in terms of taxes. Like he's increasing taxes on the bottom 80% of Americans through the big beautiful bill. So like that probably would include you. Because like I'm just assuming 8 out of 10 Americans is probably going to include most people that come up in my life. So like that means that taxes are going to go up. So anything that you save specifically in terms of taxes on like no tax on overtime being deducted from your federal taxes, you're probably going to end up paying back or more.
Well, I mean, the biggest thing is like when you're living paycheck to paycheck, I mean, yeah, of course you get tax deducted and stuff, but you got to pay more tax at the beginning of the year. But when you're living paycheck to paycheck like that, I mean, money's money, man, you know? And I mean, a little bit of money here and there helps, you know?
Yeah. So, I mean, of course, I agree. But a little bit of money taken away from you really hurts, right? And that's what Donald Trump's doing. He's going to take money from you. The tariffs will also harm you. Elon Musk came out today and said that it's going to cause a recession, right? Elon Musk and him had a breakup. How do you feel about that?
I mean, I didn't really care for Elon Musk, especially after he pulled that shit at the... Oh, sorry, can I not cuss in this thing?
You can. Don't worry about it.
Okay. After he pulled that shit out the, you know what, that whatever he did, that salute, stupid looking thing. But I didn't care for him too much anyways, because I also think electric vehicles are harming the environment more than gas-powered and combustion engines as well. So that's one thing that I'm against is electric vehicles.
Well, I don't think there's any good reason to be against electric vehicles.
I mean, have you looked at like how much harm the making and the breaking down of those batteries is?
Yes, I have. And even considering that, right, it is the case that you know that other cars still consider like use batteries, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, so like uniquely you have batteries plus the entirety of the rest of the machine and engine specifically for gas vehicles, plus you have the emissions, and emissions are disproportionately negatively impacting people around the world, right? So obviously we can point to plenty of outcomes that are negative specifically from gas. So I would say the outcomes that for gas are more negative than the outcomes for electric vehicles. Not to say that electric vehicles are perfect, but they are better.
But also the batteries are a lot different. Yes, you do go through a lot more batteries than like a combustion engine vehicle, but they're made from sulfuric acid, I believe. Don't quote me on that one. But
I
the
don't,
lithium
I don't know if it's made with that, but like I agree, there's difference in the batteries, but there is still batteries used specifically for gas cars, and the difference in the batteries that I would see, I don't think create such a difference insofar as that it would make it worse for the environment for us to use like electric vehicles.
Well, I mean,
comparative to gas vehicles.
I don't think necessarily it's worse. I just don't think there's like the most intense of a difference. You know, like I don't think it's so much better that we should all go to electric vehicles. You know.
I'm not saying every single person. I would prefer there be more public transportation, but if there was good, if there's good public transportation, you'd be able to use it a lot more, right?
Yeah, I guess so. Trying to think of but I guess the biggest reason that I did support Donald Trump is just because, I mean, I took a good look at my life when my life was, you know, in the presidency of Donald Trump and also the presidency of Joe Biden, which I understand Joe Biden wasn't an electoral candidate. He was at one point, but then he fell out of the race. But also, I did not like. I mean, I didn't really do much research on Kamala Harris, but
Kamala. So I do think that she had significantly better policy and character than Donald Trump, and I can go through specifically both of them and to explain you why Donald Trump was worse, if you'd like to hear.
I would. I'd like to get into
Yeah, so in terms of policy, Donald Trump explicitly through his big, beautiful bill will increase taxes on 80% of Americans. It will add multiple trillions of dollars to the debt. It will specifically, cut Medicaid by $880 billion over the next 10 years and over $300 billion from food stamps over the next 10 years. So that's like a horrible bill that's adding more to the debt, so he's less fiscally responsible. And it is the case that it harms lower-class Americans. Right, and it is the case that, like, you know, the bill is, like, going to cut funding for social services that people, like, rely on and need. And then comparative to Kamala Harris specifically, the child tax credit, actually she wanted to implement, when implemented in 2021 through the American Rescue Plan, actually reduced poverty by 45%. So I would actually point towards, like, that to be like, this is actually, like, really good policy, or I can point towards the $25,000 tax credit for first-time home buyers for new homes. We can point towards plenty of examples of policies that like are good for like the American people.
Yeah, I mean, I just know like, because I grew up. I mean, I wasn't a full-grown adult when Donald Trump was in his presidency, so I don't know exactly how good it was, but I know how much my mom struggled like through when I was going through high school and stuff. Mm-hmm. And I know how much she struggled, especially through when Obama was president, to Donald Trump becoming a little bit more cheaper on everything around. Now, I know
things didn't become cheaper under Trump.
Well,
comparative to Obama.
I mean, I would like to disagree with you. Just because, like, I mean, I don't know exactly how much what you mean by cheaper, but like, I mean, I know the groceries were a little bit cheaper, and
I mean, I can literally look at the Bureau of Labor Statistics and look at the inflation rate, and I can see that like it was still continuing to go up. Sage, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much.
But the thing,
also kind of thank one other person as well.
Yeah.
Michael, thank you for the $5 for Happy Pride. W Happy Pride. And then Laura with the $100 on PayPal. Thank you so much, Laura. Can we get some W's for Laura in the comment section right now? W's for Laura. Thank you so much, Laura, for the $100 fucking dollars on PayPal. Seriously, W's for Laura in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. Go ahead.
Well, but I do have to say, like, the difference between Trump's first presidency and his presidency now is what I'm saying is that I think he is hurting the economy more now. Of course, that's a decision now made in retrospect. I wish Bobby Kennedy was still, I thought he was going to run to presidency, and I would have voted for him because I liked his policies a little bit more on everything.
I mean, he's also got huge issues in terms of conspiracy theories and bullshit and being a
Yeah,
horrible
but
person. And I mean, like I just don't see anything like redeemable about RFK. Like, there's nothing specifically he provides that is like so great that accounts for all of the bad as well.
yeah. I mean, in my opinion, there's not really any one person that is fit to run a country like America. But I mean, I love what y'all are actually doing. I mean, y'all are on here. I've been listening to Dean stuff too, and I'm very from conservative Mississippi. So, I mean, I grew up conservative. I still am. I like to think I am, but like also respecting people as who they are. You know, I like the theory of like just debating people who have a little different viewpoints as you, and I kind of learned a few things that I didn't know about. So,
for sure,
I appreciate y'all for doing what y'all are doing.
All right, is there anything else you'd like to talk about, Rod?
I think that's about it, man.
All right, appreciate you coming up. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Let's get this next person up here real quick. Please, everyone, only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump.
Here.
Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay. All right. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, I'm a big fan, bro.
Appreciate you. Thank you so much.
I just can't.
I kicked you off. I appreciate you coming up, though. I am just looking for some debates, though. Yo, thank you so much, though. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Adam, are you there? Okay, let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Kimberly, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much. Pretty sure I'm losing my job, so here's a... Oh my gosh, Kimberly, don't worry about sending me money at all. Make sure that you're okay. Oh my God, make sure that you're okay. I'm so sorry to hear that, Kimberly. You, what's up? How old are you?
I am 32. Just turned 32.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
I did, yeah.
Why so?
Well, to be honest, man, I'm a pretty firm believer in the title, not the person. Does that make sense?
No. Can you clarify?
Yeah. I'll do my best. So, if I may kind of refer it first to like a I guess an analogy, right? It's not the person, or not. It's not the car. It's the person driving it. Or how about? It's not the situation. It's the circumstances of the situation. So like the title versus the person, right? To be able to hold the title, you have to have some level of competency or prove some level of competency.
Really? Okay.
And so well, yeah, in my opinion, you know.
Okay.
But
do you think that Donald Trump is very competent?
In all of the years that I've witnessed him, I say he's about 7.5 out of 10. I mean, to be honest, you know, not to be biased, but yeah. I was
7.5 out of 10, really? Like when he said that we should look into
like
using
overall,
disinfectant by injection to fight COVID-19, or that he played into the conspiracy theory that Joe Biden's been dead since 2020 and that we have a fake Joe Biden that's been running around and running the country. Or we could point to the fact that he said we could possibly nuke hurricanes to fight them. Or he said that windmills are causing whales to die in numbers. He said windmills are causing whales to die in numbers never seen before. Chin, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. Like, isn't that like a bit incoherent?
Well, so I mean, I vaguely grasp all that because I'm trying to retain all that. So if I may, you know, vaguely it does. I'm not going to like discredit that, if I may, humbly. I'm not gonna want to discredit that. But so let me first preference this like this. So like I don't agree with a lot of the stuff he says. I'll be like the first person to call out who it is, right? Like to give you a bit of a understanding or to paint a bit of a picture of what I'm about to say. So like I said, I'm a firm believer in the title, not the person, right? So like I actually I debate this a bit with my mother all the time.
So then you're supporting of any president, right? Is that your view?
Yes, as long as they prove themselves competent, right? Like they're human.
Okay, well then I'll ask you a question.
Yes.
If you lived in Nazi Germany, right, would you have supported Hitler?
Eradication of an entire. I'm gonna just say no. Yeah, no, no.
Okay, so he's excessively bad insofar as that you wouldn't support him. So why can't we say the same thing is true for Donald Trump?
Well, so that would kind of go back to what I said earlier. It's not this situation; it's the circumstances of the situation, right? I don't know if that's enough. But
That's
yeah,
not
that's
enough. It's
simple.
not enough.
Okay. So I guess if I may elaborate on that for you, how about so if I may you reiterate what you were saying, because I'm kind of feeling like I might tangent off.
Sure. Here, I'll just clarify. Donald Trump is actively incoherent, right? So you might say that in terms of cognitively there, like how cognitively there they are, Donald Trump is more cognitively aware than Joe Biden. But we clearly couldn't make that same type of argument in comparison to
Okay.
Kamala Harris. Seemingly, we would have to say that Kamala Harris is more cognitively aware than Donald Trump. So if cognitive awareness is how we determine specifically who is going to be the better candidate, well, then clearly it's going to be the case that Donald Trump is the worst candidate.
Oh, okay. I mean, like I said earlier, I don't want to discredit that. I don't wholeheartedly like agree with that. There's stipulations or circumstances of that situation with stipulations that I do agree with you. So I'd say it's about a 50-50. I hate to be out of kilter, out of alignment with that. You know, I don't mean to be confusing, but yeah.
All right. Is
Like
there
I said,
anything
I'll
else
be
you'd
the
like to
first
talk
to-
about, Harad? I'm
Yeah,
really kind of
no, I mean,
confused.
other than that, I just wish you a good time with this. I wish you a joyous time and you know, just be wise nonetheless, but no spirit of fear to you, man.
Appreciate you coming up.
Mhm.
Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Let's get this next person up here. Please, everyone, only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Okay, wait. Hello. Wait. What was that question you asked?
Oh, do you support Donald Trump?
Oh, no.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Not really, no. I voted for Jace Oliver.
Give it a second, everyone. We are just trying to get a debate up here. Do give it a minute. All right, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you? People say, why are you not on your... is this a recording? No, I'm live on YouTube right now. You can go check. Parker Get a Job on YouTube. The reason why we're on Dean's account right now is because we're testing out the algorithm. It's honestly not much of a help. I might just get off because a lot of people are, very confused. And I might just go over to my girlfriend's account. The reason why we're not on my main account is because I don't have the ability to go on Live Studio on my main TikTok Live Studio and do it on my computer. Because whenever I go live on my main account on my iPad, it like lags for the audience. It's really weird. Bobby, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Bobby. But this is what it is. So once the account warning goes away, I might be able to get TikTok Live Studio on my main account. And when I get TikTok Live Studio on my main account at the end of this month, then I'd be able to fix everything. And then my algorithm will be back to normal. But until then, I'm kind of fucked. But again, Bobby, thank you for the $10. All right. Why would we be changing accounts? Just because it confuses people. That's really the only reason. Like, if I'm not getting any extra, like, boost in algorithm, like, there's no reason to confuse people, you know?
Like a quick.
Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
25.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes, I did.
What's your birth year?
What?
What's your birth year?
1999.
What month?
What?
You said you're 25, 1999? That doesn't even make any sense, bro.
I'm August.
Okay, all right. Go for it.
Go for what?
Well, why'd you vote for Donald Trump?
Well, because he's the best candidate we have.
Okay. Oh, I see.
Because he's better than Kamala.
How so?
Because he's not a woman. And I don't think women should be in charge of our country.
Okay. What's wrong with women being in charge of the country?
Because they can't make decisions like men can. And that's why men run the country. Women don't.
I feel like you're trolling.
Is it trolling to be a Trump supporter nowadays?
No, it's trolling for you to say that you don't think that any women should be in positions of power. I'll ask you this
What are
question:
you,
would you rather vote for Kamala Harris or Hitler?
I mean, I don't see why Hitler would be a bad option.
You see what I mean? Obviously a troll. Obviously a troll. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's the pal to you? Let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. All right. Do give it a second, everyone. I'm trying to get this next person up. If you're on YouTube, do make sure to like the stream. It seriously helps push it out to more people. I would really appreciate that. I would really appreciate it. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello?
Sorry. Can you hear me?
You're cutting out.
Hi.
How old are you?
You can hear me, right?
Yes.
Oh, 22. We spoke here.
Okay, they're lagging a lot. Jay, thank you for the $100 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much for your like a Zen master, sitting cross-legged in a circle as MAGA folk dance around you and throwing their delusions at you. You are relaxed, calm, respectful, and argue in a quietly assured manner. Love learning from your relevant example. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Jay, can we get some W's for Jay in the comment section right now? W's for Jay in the comment section. Thank you so much, Jay. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Shahir, thank you for the 14 Canadian dollars. Thank you so much for thanks for taking on Jordan Peterson and the Jubilee debate. I'm so happy to see more people like you are finally more people are finally people are seeing. Wait, I'm so happy more people are seeing. He doesn't make sense. Oh, I get you. I get you. From Alberta, Canada. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Cookie King Moggs. Just want to say that.
That's
come on here and say that.
not true. That's just crazy. Like blasphemous statement right there. Yeah, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yeah.
Why so?
Cookie King mugs, that's why.
That's just diabolically cringe. Okay? You know that's not true. Why do you say it? I don't get it. I don't get it. What's the point, man? Cookie King does not mog shit. Let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
How did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yeah.
Why so? Or what's your birth year? Bye-bye. Let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
I did.
What's your birth year?
2006.
What month?
June.
What day?
25th.
Okay. That means you.
I was. I promise.
I promise. You were?
I promise, bro. I was born on June 25th, 2006. I know I sound young.
Okay. All right. So why'd you vote for Donald Trump?
I voted for Donald Trump because I didn't understand where Kamala was going to get all the money to Kamala, my bad, to do all of her policies.
Wait, 2006. Wait, then you're 17, right?
No, I'm 18. I'll be 19 in June 25th.
Okay, I got you. Maybe math is difficult sometimes. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. Yeah, so I saw she promised to give, I think it was like 5,000 or 6,000 to new parents. I saw that she promised to give 50,000 to first-time business owners. I think there was one more. I think it was the one for first-time home buyers. I just didn't see where she was going to get all that money from. The outline just didn't make
The
sense.
Committee
in my
for
opinion.
Responsible Federal Budget indicated that there was going to be less debt-related spending due to Harris's policy comparative to Trump's policy. If you want to look at Trump's policy, the big beautiful bill had significant levels to the debt, multiple trillions of dollars, by increasing taxes specifically on the bottom 80% of the country, decreasing taxes on the top 20%, disproportionately for the top 1%, along with the fact that it's going to cut Medicaid by $880 billion over the next 10 years, along with food stamps by $300 billion over the next 10 years.
Yeah, I saw that. I don't really agree with that policy myself. I didn't really think Kamala Harris was a very...
How do you feel about Elon Musk?
I honestly didn't like him I liked what he was doing with Doge. I liked the idea of cutting government spending. I didn't like the fact that he didn't
How do you feel about his position on Trump right now?
I kind of agree with them. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't like the big beautiful bill at all.
Okay.
But I do still think he's better than Kamala.
How so?
Is that right?
That's a bit of a fringe position, I would tell you. Especially
I know
after, how do you feel about him being named in the Epstein files, according to Elon Musk?
The Epstein files were, honestly, he's probably guilty of it. I'm gonna be completely honest with you.
And yet, you still think he's better?
I don't like Kamala.
Really? What's so bad about Kamala Harris that it is the case that you would support Donald Trump in despite of the fact that he's on the Epstein files, according to your Lord and Savior Elon Musk?
Elon is not my Lord and Savior, bro. I don't like Kamala at all. It's just like her policies are weird. She fucking sold her country out, and
How so?
Well, Hunter Biden and Joe Biden were doing all these backdoor deals with Ukraine, and
there was no backdoor deal.
Well, there's a FBI whistleblower saying that shit right now.
What backdoor deal specifically?
The ones that the FBI whistleblowers.
Yeah, and I'm asking you, do you know?
I'm nervous, bro. I'm sorry.
It's okay. Take your time.
Okay. The way I looked at it was Trump was, in his first term, he did a lot of good stuff, but it was a runoff of Obama's, and a lot of the shit he's doing now is not very good. I personally don't like either candidate. I kind of got turned by Dean a little bit, if I'm being completely honest with you.
Okay. All right. Appreciate you coming up.
Yeah, thank you. All love.
Look at Dean swaying young minds. Yo, it's how old are you? How old are you?
Fuck Palestine, nigger.
You're such a horrible
Fuck.
person. What a horrible person. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello. I'm 18. My birthday is November 6, 2006.
For sure. Did you vote for Donald Trump? Wait,
Yes.
November 6, 2006, wouldn't you have been 17 on the day of the election? Why'd you pick November 6th?
Yeah, I wasn't.
Oh, no.
No, I am a Trump supporter. I wasn't able to vote no, but I do support Donald Trump.
That is a brutal birthday. One day after
I
the
know.
election? That's diabolical.
Yes.
Okay, so why did you vote for Donald Trump?
Wait, people were saying I had Kenna up the other day. Or you had Kenna up the other day.
Have I talked to you?
No, but I've talked to Dean multiple times.
Okay, all right. You've talked to him multiple times.
Yes, and I always have him so
And
threatened
you've
because he's
never
always.
once talked to me?
No, I have only twice. I've only talked to Zine twice, and you weren't on the live. And I had him so threatened. He was sucking on that anxiety pin like it was a pacifier.
He does that anyway. I don't know why you're acting like that's because of you.
No, it wasn't because of me.
Yeah, it has nothing to do with you.
Oh, I don't believe you.
Well, how would you know?
Why is everyone saying this?
Why is everyone saying a kick? I haven't had a conversation with them yet. So, are they
Yeah.
incredibly insufferable?
No, I'm literally not.
Okay, so why'd you vote
I
for Donald
actually
Trump?
can I tell you a story though?
No. Why did you vote for Donald Trump?
Well, I didn't vote for him, but I support him
Or I
because
mean, like, why do you
of
support him? Yeah.
I support him because of his policies on criminal justice, his immigration policies, and you know,
Well, actually, can I ask you a question? Because you probably haven't talked to Dean about this one. Can you tell me why you support Donald Trump, in despite of the fact that, according to Elon Musk, your Lord and Savior, he's on the Epstein files?
well, yeah, if he actually was, he would be impeached. And Elon Musk obviously has a secret hidden agenda, because obviously a they're having a little tiff, so he'll do anything to make him. You know what? Elon Musk has
I'm
so much
sorry.
money.
What the fuck did you do? What did you
What
do?
did I?
The
What do you mean?
entire
What did I
chat
do?
wants me to kick you right now. What the fuck did you do?
I'm.
How insufferable were you?
I wasn't. I've never. I don't know what they're referring to.
The
Can
entire
they give a
I
reason?
didn't even do anything. The entire chat on TikTok is spamming kick.
Because they don't. I don't know. Because they want to. They want you to accept them. I don't know.
You think every single person I haven't had a guest someone do this happen like this, like in a really long time.
They're saying I'm rage baiting. I don't even. I literally don't even understand why they're saying that. You can look at like my reposts and stuff. Like it's. I genuinely am. Like I'm not rage baiting.
Okay. All right. She's obsessed with Dean. Okay.
No, I'm not. What are they talking about? I've been on his live twice just to debate him. So
I'm so confused right now. Molly, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. Happy birthday
the
to your
other day I
mom,
was
Barbara, or Babsy. Babsy, happy birthday, Babsy. Oh, that's so cool. Sid, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. She was the most insufferable person on Dean's, please. Okay, chat. Watch this. We're gonna have a productive dialogue. If it becomes insufferable, I'll kick her. So can
I
I
genuinely
just
don't
want
know what they're talking
I
about.
want you to give the reason why you support Donald Trump, even in despite of the fact that your Lord and Savior said that he was in the Epstein files.
Well, let me tell you, Elon Musk is definitely not my Lord and Savior anymore.
Anymore?
Um, anymore. Okay, you know what? No one in this live can eat oh my God. Neither you nor me nor anyone in this live can even fathom what they could do with the amount of money that Elon Musk has.
Okay. What? Okay.
So
So
he
so
could
so
be
then
paying,
is that like a reason to
he
not
could be
have billionaires?
absolutely, he could be paying so many people to be on his side. We don't know what goes on
You're
behind the
okay,
scenes.
Kenna.
He
You're
obviously,
trolling. You're trolling. You're totally trolling.
no, I'm not.
I just said, so is that a reason to not have billionaires? And you said, yeah, absolutely.
Sorry, I was like in the middle of talking, so I didn't really think about what you were asking. What was your question?
Oh, you admitted to being a rage baiter and a troll. Okay. All right. Have a good day.
Okay, bye.
Okay. All right. Let's go to the next person. That makes sense why people were spamming cake. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
How old am I? I'm 34. I was born August 24th, 1990.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yeah, absolutely, buddy.
Do you still support him?
Yeah. Why wouldn't I?
Well, how do you feel about your Lord and Savior Elon Musk saying that he,
Elon's not.
he was
Elon
on the
Musk's
Epstein
not
files?
my Lord and Savior, buddy.
Yeah, he is.
Elon.
Yeah, so
Elon Musk not my Lord and Savior, buddy. Hold on. Let me walk outside. Elon Musk not my Lord and Savior. Jesus Christ is. Anyways,
okay.
when you want to talk about that, you like to bring up one side of things. You like to bring up all these things. But what I would really like to know isn't it insufferable right now? Like the fact that the amount of money you were making before the elections versus
Hello? We cut out. Sorry, everyone. We're back. We're back. We're good.
Yeah,
What's up?
there's the mic. There's the mic. All right, what happened to my mic? What did you hear?
Oh yeah. What were you saying?
Okay, so anyways, the amount of money that you were making before the elections versus the amount of money you're making now, isn't that insufferable? Because you had Republicans and Democrats on your live before the elections, because we wanted to debate you. But then now basically the Republicans that join are just laughing at your shit and all the comments and all the people. It's very funny. So I just want to know, is it insufferable?
I'm confused what you're asking.
How are you confused? I mean, you've debated fucking Charlie Kirk
No,
2-3 times and
it's,
everything.
it's not insufferable how much money I make. I'm confused what your point is.
Because obviously before the elections you were making big and now you're fucking obviously broke, dude. But you can see it in your face, man.
You think I'm broke?
You can see it in your face. Like you were suffering right now, dude.
You think I'm broke?
Yeah.
What
You're
makes you
suffering, man.
What makes you think I'm broke?
Why hey, why'd you stop trying to debate Charlie Kirk, man? You were doing good. You went to all his things and you were like, oh, why don't you debate me while he was trying to debate all the college kids
it's
and all
clear
that?
that he won't debate me. I know that he won't debate me at this point, so there's no point for me to continue to keep going there. I'm not
What do you think the reason he won't debate you is?
I would debate people for also he doesn't have any more events because school time's over. The reason why he won't debate me is
Yeah, I
because
know that.
he knows that I'll get a lot of views in saying things that are very critical of his position in a manner in which it would hurt his political position.
All right, so what's one thing that you think you could bring that's not biblical, because you like to hit that with Charlie Kirk first, I guess, because he's very Christian. So what's one thing that you think that you could say when you rolled up to Charlie Kirk that was not biblical that could hurt his position?
Mallory, thank you for the 7 Canadian. Thank you so much. Yeah, obviously, again, in terms of any political conversation, I can hurt his position because I know more economically speaking than he does. I can demonstrate how the economic positions of Donald Trump are completely indefensible, right? And that conversation is not winnable for him. He also doesn't know anything about the essay case, specifically of Donald Trump, where he explicitly said that she said that she was assaulted in a Tiffany's, which is something that never happened. Bridget, thank you for the $10. So he's just he doesn't know much about the politics and can be questioned on it in the correct way with someone who does know what they're talking about.
That's because they said he was held civically liable, but he couldn't be criminally liable because it was outside statute of limitations, which I know is bullshit because I'm actually what would be considered an ex-con myself. So that's bullshit. That statute of limitations is bullshit. And the fact that, okay, so if you say that about Charlie Kirk, then my question to you, with no disrespect at all, why haven't you started up your own organizations as well that would meet the same organizations Charlie Kirk has started? I mean, he's fucking huge, man, from his organizations that he started. So where are yours?
I don't have an organization yet. I'm not planning to make an organization in that type of way. Just because Charlie Kirk has done something doesn't mean I have to do that.
No, that's not what I said. That's not what I said. I didn't say why do you not do it because Charlie Kirk doesn't, because Charlie Kirk does it. I'm saying why don't you do it specifically? Like Charlie Kirk has it. Okay, you don't have to do it because Charlie Kirk has it, but why don't you do it specifically? If you're actually, when Joe Biden was the elect, I've seen you for a long time. You supported Joe Biden, and then
over Donald Trump.
Exactly. But then when he stepped down, you said that was the right thing. I mean,
I
man,
called
come
for
on,
him to
come on,
step down
seriously.
before he
If
stepped
this
down.
was something, I know you're smart. So if this is something that you were heartfelt about, that's bullshit. You would make an organization. You would make some type of thing to make more people follow that way. This is a monetization thing, man.
So
I know it is.
maybe this is the particular way that I feel that my skill set is going to be able to do that. Just because I didn't make an organization doesn't mean that I'm not trying to move people towards my side. I actually think that this is the most effective, specific way for me to do that. I'm not as familiar with the types of organizing and other sorts of events and other sorts of stuff like that. My skill set relates to like engaging in debates and politics and trying to shift people through this means. So, and I think I've done an incredibly good job of being able to do that. Like I didn't start with any type of career or anything like that. I created the career out of nothing.
All right, man. Hey.
So
Anyways,
so hold on. I just want to clarify. You say it's all about this money, but where were you for the years before I made any money doing the same thing? You're covering your mic.
As far as seeing you,
yeah. Like I mean, I was doing this for years prior to making any money from it. I did it alongside
I didn't have
school.
TikTok. I didn't have TikTok. I'm 34 years old, and I had like Facebook until like 4 years ago.
Yeah,
I
just want to let you know I've been doing TikTok since August 2020, and I've been doing live streams since 2021.
Possibly I didn't see you. You know, actually, if you want to know a really fun fact, just not even being your enemy at all, but if you really want to know a fun fact, I was actually Democrat, voted for Hillary Clinton in the first election. And then in the second one, after I seen what, everything that was going on. And when Corona started, I started watching CNN because we were on house arrest, basically. So I started watching CNN. And CNN was saying what, like, they would show Donald Trump's like speeches and stuff, and then they would, I guess, interpret it or whatever and say what he said, and I'd be like, hold on, that's not at all what he said. Like, that's not at all what he said.
Laura, thank you so much for the $15. Thank you so much.
Republican.
I really appreciate it, Laura. They said, thank you for what you do. You don't get paid enough for these debates. You're dealing with trolls. That's for fucking sure. Happy Pride, everyone. Thank you so much, Laura. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Blake, thank you for the 25 cents. Since you're broke, here you go. Thank you so much, Karen. Thank you for the $5 to help pay your bills since you're broke. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Great.
Thank you so much, Karen, for the $5 to help you pay your bills since you're broke. Bridget, thank you so much. I appreciate the $10 for insufferable guests. Thank you so much. Scott, thank you for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
He is going to need it, guys. He's going.
I really
broke,
appreciate it.
But
what'd you say?
I actually have my own life. I'm actually taking my time from my own life to be on here right now. But
Donovan, thank you so much for the $10 because you're so broke. Thank you so much. Why are you taking time from your own life to go into my live and say I'm broke?
Exactly.
I have a question, Pulver. How many you said you have your own live?
Yeah.
How many people were in your live?
I'm not hosting it right now.
No, when you were live.
Oh, I don't know, man. I don't have much like you. I got like 300 at a time or something.
So if you're calling me broke for not getting views.
Oh, I don't make my money from this. I just do this for fun.
Okay. Well, no, you do this for money. You're a grifter, bro.
Well, nah, I don't know what this means. I don't know what that means, but I just do this for fun.
No, you do it just for monetization, bro.
No, I don't.
Yep, just for monetization.
Oh, is this like you're trying to like come back at me like what I was doing with you?
Exactly. Yes, that's I really. If you haven't known yet, if you haven't watched my streams yet, I do this all the time. This is like my favorite way of arguing. James, thank you for the $2.
Bro, I know exactly what you do. I know exactly what you do. It's that's not pressing me whatsoever. The point is, I know that you being a smart person, you are a smart person. I will give you that. I know this bullshit is all for monetization, dude. You're getting paid. You're getting paid from outside sources or whatever. You get banned from TikTok nonstop. So doesn't Dean, because he can't watch his fucking mouth as a little kid. You know, he can't watch his damn mouth.
Dean hasn't
So
gotten
they
banned in
get
a long
banned
time, and that was not
non-fucking-stop
why he was getting banned.
for spreading misinformation. Yes,
That's
you
not-
get banned
no.
for spreading misinformation.
No.
That's what you get banned for.
No, I don't.
Yeah, you do, dude. Yeah, you do.
I haven't.
Yeah, you do. You get banned for spreading
Listen, they changed the ban thing, so I haven't got banned for misinformation for a while. Neither has Dean. But like, dude, you're saying again that I just do this for monetization. I could say the same thing for you. What makes you think that? Is it just because I do make money from it? So are you just
I got
jealous?
muted. No, oh yeah, man, I am fucking jealous. God, I wish I could make the same amount of money you made when I hosted my lives. That would be fucking awesome. But no, I can't make as much money as you. I can't promote something that I don't support in such a fucking
Wait,
like.
are you saying I promote
fascist
something that
way? I mean, it's awesome.
Are you saying that I'm saying I support something I don't support?
Yes, absolutely.
So you think I actually support Donald Trump?
I do. I think you voted Donald Trump, actually.
Really? What makes you think that?
I think you went to the voting booth and you circled in Donald Trump's name. Huh. Okay.
Well, I voted.
think you
I
went to
voted
the
by mail, and I also voted for Kamala Harris. So I'm.
Oh man, see, look, that's the biggest lie right there. Voted by mail. Hey, that's the big one. You don't want to speak. That's the big one right there. You got a family household, and everybody thinks you're going to vote for Kamala, and you got to somehow secretly vote for Donald.
What? No.
Okay, so you got a full household of Democrats. Everybody thinks you're going to vote for Kamala, so you got to do
Kamala.
mail-in, so all your family members can see that you vote for
Kamala. Kamala. Yeah. So to clarify, you think that I did vote for Donald Trump, and that I just go on live to say that I voted for Kamala Harris for money?
Yes.
Couldn't I make money by saying
Absolutely.
if I did support Donald Trump? Couldn't I make money by being like a right-wing grifter?
No.
No, really? Isn't there a lot more money on the right?
No. Hold on, you're touching a fine line. You're asking if there's a lot more money on the right, or if you're asking there's a lot more money on the right in social media.
Like if I was a conservative grifter,
Dude, Parker, I'm just as
I
smart
would
as you,
probably
buddy.
make more money. Scott, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much.
Parker, stop, dude. No, you wouldn't.
Yeah.
You're okay. So if that's the truth, if that's the truth, where are Charlie Kirk's TikTok lives? I mean, he should make so much more money.
Well,
being a Republican, he should make so much more money.
Well, he's the sole owner of like Turning Point USA, and he has like $40 million a year that goes through Turning Point USA, and has an incredibly high salary.
But why not a TikTok live? Why not bank everywhere?
Well, TikTok Live is something that came about after he already had a massive platform. TikTok Live, TikTok Live blew up out of nowhere, right? This whole space that exists where like Dean has tens of thousands of viewers, right? That didn't exist when I first started, right? Like people barely had a few hundred viewers, right? That's like what I was doing, and I just talked to people in chat, and over time I ended up doing debates, right? There was no community on TikTok Live of people who were massively huge. James, I appreciate the $2. Thank you.
Yeah, I don't, I'm not going to debate with you on that one. I don't know how it started up. Actually, the first thing I saw on TikTok Live was a Facebook ad where it was supposed to be dancing things, like they did the voiceovers and dancing things. That's all I knew about TikTok till I got on it. And I don't know exactly when that was. It was somewhere around the Corona lockup time. So I can't debate with you on that, but I will not go.
So let's just clarify. I just want to go through this. So you think that I did vote for Donald Trump? Demon, think that you are. Do you think I support Donald Trump? What makes you think I support Donald Trump?
I know. Well, I know.
Felonious, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Like Parker, dude, I thought I know you. I thought I knew you, bro. I know, right?
Look, bro,
JC, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much for please kick Forrest Gump.
Y'all, I'll probably get a DM.
Michael,
from
think
him
of
after
the
this,
money
and it'll
gun.
be like, stop putting me out there, bro. He'll be like, "Don't put me
Can you
out
answer
there
my question?
like that. You're gonna end my monetization."
Can you answer my question? What makes you think that I support Donald Trump?
What? I mean, like, what as far as like what specific policy or what? I mean, you talked about not supporting the beautiful bill earlier. I mean, what's bad about that? I mean, you say you support all underclass citizens, right? So why would no tax on
What was
tips
my
and no
question?
tax
What
on
was my
overtime?
question?
Why
Hey,
why would that be a
hey,
bad thing?
hey,
Why?
hey. What was my question? Do you remember? Mallory, thank you for the 7 Canadian. Thank you for watching. You and Dean has given me hope since Trump won. Thank you so much, Mallory. I
You
really
said,
appreciate it.
I had to turn back on my mic because you muted me. You said, "Why do I think you support Donald Trump?" I got that.
You're covering your mic.
Okay, I'm giving you an answer with a question, so I can.
I mean, like you're covering your mic, like
so-
physically. Casey, thank you for the $5.
I'm not.
Thank you.
I'm not covering it. I don't have my mic covered up.
It was covered up.
And so. But, okay, well, it's not. But so, anyways, I'm answering your question with a question to get your standpoint. Okay, so you say, what do I think you support Donald Trump for? Well, earlier, like 2 people ahead of me, in between all the people who like are just trolls or whatever, you said that you were arguing over the big beautiful bill that just came out. Well, you say you support. I mean, you're Democratic, you're leftist, so you say you support all lower class citizens. So why? How in the hell? Please tell me how in the hell would taking away tax on tips and tax on overtimes be a bad thing?
So the no tax on tips is only for cash tips specifically that were not reported anyway, and that's only up to 25,000. So no one was already reporting that. That's not no tax on tips in general. And then for overtime, it's only a portion of overtime, and it's not no taxes on all of overtime. So I don't know what you're talking about. That's just totally made up.
Okay, that's not totally made up. You just said it's no tax on cash, and that was not reported anyway. So you selectively said that that was okay to do a criminal action because now it's no tax now, so it doesn't help out because the criminals already did the criminal action. And no tax on overtime. I'm blue collar
Yeah,
worker.
everyone's
buddy.
a criminal. Then,
every
yeah.
week. I work over. I work. Yeah, sure. I work every week. I work overtime every week. I'm a blue collar worker. I have no tax on overtime right now. So if it's
not in place. There's no tax on overtime place. There's no tax on overtime.
You could have fooled me. You could have fooled me.
What do you mean?
How have I not had no tax on overtime for the past 2 weeks? Past 2 weeks. Past 2 weeks, 58 hours, both weeks.
Maybe that's a you problem.
I guess it's a me problem. Hey, all right, but anyways, I got to start my live. You and me both gonna keep.
I know. I just want to clarify. You just literally admitted on live to not paying the taxes you're supposed to pay.
No, I admitted on live that I got a check stub for the last 2 weeks that shows that I paid no taxes on overtime.
Yeah, when you were supposed to.
Yeah. Yeah. Hey, guess what? Also, if you got 6 kids, buddy, you can claim fucking 9 all year. And you can claim federal exempt and still get a refund back. Hey, buddy, guess what? I'm not fucking admitting to anything that commits me to fraud or anything else. I'm just as smart as you, buddy. I'm just as smart.
You quite literally. No, you're not even close. You just quite literally admitted.
Yeah, I'm by far.
You just admitted to
just
tax.
cut me off and just keep talking to me like that. You're a Donald Trump supporter. You're trying to monetize off being a Democrat, buddy. You're not nothing big. What are you, 19 anyway?
I'm 23.
Oh, okay.
I have a question. So you say you're so smart. Can I ask you a few questions?
Yeah, sure. I got to get off here soon. I got to go live.
Okay. How many branches of government are there?
How many branches? Oh, fuck. We're going to go through this. Fuck, I don't know. I drink tonight. Judicial, legislative, yeah, and so on and so forth. Yeah, I know that one. But anyways, next question. Do 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 do.
Please go.
Cool.
Okay. So you said that you were as smart as me, but you don't even know what the three branches of government are, or even that there are three branches of government. Okay. That's kind of a little bit unfortunate. So next
I
question.
said judicial and
Next-
legislative. I missed the other one. I can't think of it right now.
Mhm.
And honestly, I'm in
Executive.
my yard trying to do work. So,
Where's the rainbow? So I have another question. How many people are in the Senate?
oh fuck, man, why you gotta ask all these hard questions, Parker? It's like 32 or 42. It's something like that.
No, it's 100.
Oh fuck, man, we were way off.
Are you? I really hope you were trolling and saying that like you are smarter than me or just as smart as me. Like, I'm sorry, dude. That's ridiculous.
Hey, buddy. I host Last Two. I'm trolling you now.
Okay.
I know you voted for Donald Trump, buddy.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna kick him. Crawler, thank you so much for the 169 DKK. Thank you so much. That's $20. Thank you so much. Just want to say I'm a huge fan and that you are the one who got me into these debates against Trump. I'm sorry. Don't worry. But I'm don't worry. No, don't ever worry about it being a lot of money. I don't worry about that at all. Thank you so much. I just appreciate you being here. Thank you so much. Give me some W's for Crawler in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Crawler. Let's go on to the next person here real quick, everyone. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, what's going on? 34.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
I did.
Why so?
I think it just stands with my values and beliefs as a person. That's pretty much the straight answer.
How so? Like okay, so wait, I have a question. Do you like Elon Musk?
No opinion on him. No opinion. I just kind of voted based on my values and beliefs in terms of just like how I feel in terms of strong borders, corporate tax rate type of stuff like that. You know what I mean? It's
Brianna, I think
sometimes
the $10.
I think I heard you guys arguing DEI. Sometimes I heard you guys talk about DEI and stuff like that. So I have a certain position on those, I guess, if you want to put it that way.
Brianna, thank you for the $10, and then Najia, thank you for the $5. Thank you. So okay. So then, how do you feel specifically about Elon Musk saying that Donald Trump, what's it called, is in the Epstein files?
How do I feel about that? I don't pay. So obviously, I think I just saw that on Twitter today, but no opinion on it. I haven't if you guys are trying to get a character opinion on it, I stay out of that stuff.
I think it's a pretty important thing to address here if you're gonna say you still support him based on especially morals and values.
Well, I'll put it this way: when I say support the president, I say I'll support the president that's leading the country. Either way.
Oh,
when
no
Joe
matter
Biden
what?
was in office,
Okay.
I would.
Okay, can I ask you a
yeah,
question?
I want the president to do well. Yeah, absolutely.
If you lived in Nazi Germany during the time of the Nazis, would you have supported Hitler?
No.
So you don't just support the leader of your country just because they're the leader of your country?
You got a good point there. So I guess, character does matter, obviously. Clear. I see where you're going with that. But you want to see, the president do well. That's all I'm saying.
Is there anything else you want to talk about?
No, I just want to say, keep doing what you're doing. I think it's cool that you guys are talking about. I requested, want to keep just telling you guys are doing a good job. That's really it.
All right. Appreciate you coming up. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Do tap that screen on TikTok. If you're on YouTube, do make sure to like the stream. It seriously helps push it out to more people. Let me go check to see how many likes we got right now. Let me try to go see. Alrighty. We got 1,000 likes. Try to get to 2,000. Everyone, I'd really appreciate it. Really appreciate it. We got 2,500 people on the YouTube stream. Let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, hello?
Yeah, did you vote for Donald Trump? Okay. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
I'm 21.
Yeah, did you vote for Donald Trump? They have a huge echo. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Alrighty. Let's get this next person up here. Do give it a second, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
21.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you support him still?
No, not really.
Okay. We are just looking for some debates. Everyone, only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
21.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yeah.
What's your birth year?
2006.
2006. You said you're 21?
See ya.
Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates, everyone.
Oh.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hi. I'm not a Trump supporter. Sorry, I forgot to cancel. My bad. But I'm 35.
Okay.
Mommy.
Why did you support Trump?
I don't support Trump. I'm sorry.
Oh,
I'm not a
you-
Trump
you-
supporter.
oh, you don't?
I
Okay.
accidentally forgot to cancel the request. Sorry.
You're good. Don't worry. Sorry, I misunderstood what you were saying. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Nope. 18.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yeah.
What month?
What month? July 06.
Okay.
Like, that's when I was born.
Okay, so why do you support Donald Trump?
Do you know who Cookie King is?
Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Laura, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much for the big, beautiful breakup.
Hello.
Yeah, what's up? How old are you?
34.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
I did.
You did? Okay, why so?
Because as a Catholic, I'm a Christian living teacher in a Catholic school, and I think that he advocates for more of more policies that applies to the teachings of the Catholic Church.
Applies to more policies
Well,
that are
the-
teachings of the Catholic Church?
Yeah.
So can you tell me what policies specifically Donald Trump supports that are like more pro-Christianity?
One of the biggest one is abortion, which is, I believe that life starts in conception, and that the ban on abortion, I definitely agree on that.
I also believe life begins at conception, but just because life begins at conception doesn't mean it's valuable. Also, we would believe in a separation of church and state, correct?
I don't think so.
Okay. A lot of people in the chat seem to think that they're not old enough, so I'm just gonna go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
34.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Parker Moggs, Cookie Queen.
Diabolical, diabolical. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Did someone just join my lot? Someone just joined the box and their name was Parker is a communist or something. I couldn't see. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
How old are you?
I'm 19.
What's your birth year? I can't really hear you. Is there a way you can get closer to your mic?
Yeah, 2006.
Your mic is really bad. Did you like throw it into like a ravine?
Hold on 1 second. That better? It's turned up.
Nah.
I don't. Okay, is it better?
You sound like you're a million miles away from it.
Yeah, I don't know what you want me to do. But I'm right next to the mic.
I'm sorry. That's very unfortunate. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 21.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes.
Okay. What's your birth year?
My birthday is 2001.
2001 and you're 21? Geez, he's younger than me and he was born before me. That's crazy. Like, I wish I could be like that. That's really cool. All right, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. All right, let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Do tap that screen over and do like the stream. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, I'm 25. What's going on, man?
Did I just shock you?
Nope. Just came on here.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes, sir.
Why do you support Donald Trump?
I guess we can talk about like transgenders. Can we do that or no?
Crawler, think of the 17 DKK. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. What about trans people?
Yeah, he's more in favor towards like anti, T policies, I guess.
You like
Yo,
being
up,
anti-trans?
What's up, Tirog? What?
Why'd you just randomly say hi to someone?
Sorry, no, this is some guy I know.
I almost just disconnected you because of that. But yeah, go for it. Oh, can you explain
My
to me
fault.
why are you for anti-trans policies?
Well, it's just like counterproductive, I guess, to society. It's not normal. It's pretty gross.
Okay, wait. What does normal mean?
Atypical, I guess.
Okay, are hazel eyes atypical?
I don't know. They might be.
Okay, why is it weird?
Well, because like you're either male or female, and so.
Okay. No trans person is denying their biological sex. So if you think of the $10, Matthew, think of the $10. Thank you. What about
They
it?
kind of are though. They kind of are. I mean, like they say like, "Oh, I'm a woman. I'm this." It's like.
Jasmine, think of the $2.
You know.
This is me. Restate that.
I said they do kind of lie. Like, they dress up as women. They put on like makeup.
Trans people aren't lying.
They pretend to be women.
Wait, that's not a pretending. They are women. Trans women are women. Trans men are men.
How are they women exactly?
Yeah, so it's based upon the particular definition, right? It meets under the particular commitments, right, to be in accordance with a particular set of social and cultural norms that are typically associated with the female sex, right? That's kind of the
Okay, that's
prescription, at
it.
least in this context. Yeah.
So there's like cultural. So it's just about like cultural norms.
It's
And
about
if they fit those
commitments.
cultural.
It's about commitments to be in accordance with those norms as a prescription of identity.
Okay, so hold on. Wait, so what if they meet those like cultural norms, but they don't identify as women still?
Someone said you're a troll in my chat, so I know. So I'm gonna trust them.
I'm not a.
I'm gonna trust them. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hi.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
No.
Okay. Do you support Trump?
No.
Okay. All right, let's get this next person up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Let's get this next person up here. Please, everyone, only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo.
How old are you?
Hello.
How old are you?
I'm 20.
Okay. Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah.
Okay. Why so?
I just think that he was better, like, foreign policy wise.
Okay. Here, before you do, real quick. Rayan, did you vote for Donald Trump?
See what your boy Harry sissing, man.
Did you
What
vote for
happened
Donald
to
Trump?
him?
Not friends with him. Did you
Nah,
vote? Did you vote for Donald Trump? No.
nah. I'm under 18, so no.
Okay. All right. I'm trying.
How do I leave this?
For some reason, it didn't let me kick you from the live by doing that. I got you. Go ahead. You said foreign policy.
Yeah.
Okay. So what about foreign policy?
Well, I just think it's better, like, for foreign relations because I don't agree with it, but other countries will, like, look at Kamala differently, if you know what I'm talking about.
Why?
Yeah,
Because she's a woman? Is that your view?
Yeah, I'm not agreeing with it, but they will look at, like, her differently.
So let's clarify. So, you think because misogyny exists in the world, you shouldn't vote for a woman?
He also pardoned NBA YoungBoy the other day.
Before
Parker, please play Fortnite with me. Please play Fortnite with me. Please, man.
Okay. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, I am 20, 2005.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
I did.
Why so?
You know, man, honestly, I just think it's nice that he's keeping immigrants out, to be honest with you, to the best of his ability.
Why do you want to keep immigrants out?
I don't know, man. I think that there's just a place for everybody, and I don't know. I mean, like they're just coming in here.
Okay, what's wrong with people? I don't understand. What? Like, I really don't get it. Let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. All right, let's get this next person up here. Please only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello.
How old are you?
I'm 19.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
19. Yeah, technically I did, yeah.
Do you support him?
I support JD Vance.
You don't support Trump anymore?
Just JD Vance.
Okay, well, we'll see you next election cycle. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hi, I'm 21.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
I did.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
I feel like you're a fetus.
No.
Am I wrong, chat? I don't know. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Let's go to the next person up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, I'm sorry, I did not mean to join. It wouldn't let me like cancel my request.
You're good. Don't worry. Let's get this next person up here. Please, everyone, only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Please, everyone, only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Alrighty, do give it a second, everyone.
Yo.
Oh my gosh, I accidentally just kicked them. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Alrighty, everyone. Please only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump.
Cookie King mugs you!
Okay. Dean's guest box is horrendous, dude. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh, Dean.
Not even Dean. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
30.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
I did.
Why so?
Honestly, it was mostly trying to choose the lesser of two evils. It really was.
And you still support
It was a
him?
hard vote. I support some of the stuff that...
If you could go back in time, would you still vote for him?
Honestly, it's... I think I would, but depends, you know.
How do you feel about
I'd
what Elon
like
Musk
to see
dropped
the
today?
next... That was pretty crazy, honestly. I mean, we all saw the breakup coming, but I did not think it was going to be that dramatic. I mean, maybe y'all did. I'm not as inversed in this stuff, but, you know, I liked what Elon Musk had started in terms of, you know, Doge, and the idea of it was good. I think it was a poor choice to put him in charge of that because it kind of really made it worse, I think. Not just because basically just because it was Elon Musk. Like, you know, not a great guy to put the face of that. But I did respect what Elon Musk said and how, you know, he didn't just eat shit and say, yeah, let's vote for this bill. I mean, you know.
Okay, so then do you still support Donald Trump, even if it is the case that his what's it called? Even if it is the case that he's on the Epstein files?
I mean, no, but it depends. Like,
No?
you know,
Okay,
if he's
so
on
do
the
you
Epstein files,
believe he's on
because
the Epstein
he
files
did
given
fly on
that
the
Elon
plane.
said it?
I mean, the way Elon said it insinuated that it was, you know, more than flying on the plane and meeting him like we already knew. But, you know, I don't know that Elon Musk would necessarily know that. He tends to start drama for, you know, no reason. So
okay, so you don't believe
but-
it?
I mean, I could see it, you know, if you look at his history and his character. I didn't vote for Trump because I thought he was a good person.
So
I
you
was-
know that. So even if you know that he's a horrible person that's involved in child sex trafficking, you'd still support him?
No.
Okay,
That's
so then,
not what he said.
okay, if he was held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman, would you still support him?
You're talking about E. Jean Carroll?
Yeah. Who the hell just took a screenshot?
I did. I was gonna send it to my brother later because he watches your live,
Oh.
and I really don't. And I came on here and I hit request or whatever it is.
But
And
does he
didn't
agree
think
with
that-
you or does he agree with me?
I would say he's in the middle. And let me say, it's a small middle because I agree with you on, I don't know if I would say a majority of things because I don't know you that well, but I've seen you on the Jubilee thing, and I actually just saw a TikTok before your live popped up of Charlie Kirk when you actually got to talk to him, and that was just like awful. He's losing by kicking you out, in 30 seconds. I don't think any honest person would look at that and say that. I think there should be a debate, because I'm not saying he would lose in a debate necessarily, but I think it should be more than that. But I do think you asking him the Elon Nazi salute, like, I don't think that's very important either. But anyway,
I mean, I do think that, but like, I mean, now he's not gonna defend Elon in the same type of way. So I think it's a very funny clip in retrospect, given that this breakup occurred. I would love to hear
Yeah.
Charlie Kirk's thoughts on the breakup.
Yeah, that would be interesting, because he seems to have not frayed at all away from anything Donald Trump has done. So that would be interesting. But no, so basically, lesser of two evils.
Like, why
I
so?
have some regrets.
Well, okay.
But it's
what
hard to say because
motivates you
just
still
don't
to
know.
believe that he is the lesser of two evils? Like, what's so bad about Kamala Harris that leans you towards the other side?
A lot of it was RFK.
What about RFK?
I liked the way he spoke about making America healthier and actually speaking up about that. And that's
Does he
something
do that if he denies science? Like, he actively denies science within plenty of ways. So he can say, like, oh, yes, we want America to be healthier, but he's not actually doing it if he's not utilizing science. And especially like Donald Trump. Donald Trump believes the climate's going to start cooling and that science just doesn't know it yet. So if your health is not based on science, well, then it's not actual health.
You're talking about vaccines or more than that?
I'm talking about like even food. Like, if it's not based, if it's not determined based upon like what's the studies are, what the evidence
Like
is,
what?
well, then it's not going to be based upon like facts and evidence. Like,
Like
what's
what?
most healthy for food?
I mean, like, what is he denied in terms of food?
I'm just saying, if he doesn't believe in science, he's probably not going to believe with other things. Not necessarily saying
Okay.
anything with food in particular. I mean, he does believe certain things like, seed oils are bad and stuff like that. Like those types of things, which there's not really good evidence to indicate on mass scale.
Yeah, I can see that. But, the
And
question
then like
was,
the raw milk stuff. Remember that?
I don't know if I knew something about RFK and that, but I
Didn't
do
he like
know.
drink raw milk or something? Like, on
I mean,
video?
I could see him advocating for people having the rights to sell raw milk, but, he's also somebody who says make your own
But
choices.
isn't that like not healthy?
Drinking raw milk?
Yeah. I don't think that's
No.
making America healthy again.
Good point. But it's hard because I don't know what would have happened if Kamala was elected, and I knew at least that the slaughter in Gaza would continue, and
So you're
that was
pro-Palestinian.
for sure.
Okay, so well then one thing you could say is that Donald Trump is definitely worse for Palestine. We can also reference like how he's definitely worse for Yemeni children who have been starved and bombed, right? Due to the specific relation that Trump had with Saudi Arabia, right? And supporting
Yeah,
their
we
embargo.
talked about this. We talked about this yesterday. I don't know if you
Oh,
remember.
have I talked to you? Oh, I talked to you yesterday?
Yeah, like around this time.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna go to someone I haven't talked to quite yet, but I appreciate you
Alright.
going up.
Yeah.
All right. This other person, you're like pro Charlie Kirk, right?
All right.
How old are you?
Cookie King mugs the hell
You're
out of you.
such a child. Oh my god, you waited that long on the panel as a child? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Is your mic fixed?
How old are you?
Yep.
You have an echo, man.
Is it fixed now?
I think so. Go for it.
Did I say I'm 19?
Yeah. So why'd you support Donald Trump?
Well, there's a few things. First, I'm anti-DEI.
Okay. How do you feel about the Electoral College being DEI?
What do you mean?
The Electoral College is DEI. It's for diversity, equity, and inclusion of smaller states.
No, it's not.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it is.
Well, I'm not talking about like states like in reference to that, but I'm talking about giving opportunity to people who don't deserve it.
Yeah, that would be like Donald Trump because he lost the popular vote and still won the election because of the Electoral College. So that's an example of Donald Trump being a DEI candidate. Noah Z did, and that's for the 2016 election, by the way. Noah Z, did you vote for Donald Trump?
I did indeed.
You support him still?
Yes, I do.
Okay, let me ask both of you. How do you feel about Elon Musk dropping that Donald Trump is in the Epstein files?
It's a bunch.
Well, a big thing that I would say is we've had that list and what people did on that island for a while now, and there's just hasn't been a whole lot of like showing on like what people did or who was on the island a whole lot. And not everyone that went to that island, I would say, actually did those things on that island. There is a big chance that they did. I'm not saying that they didn't. But I'm sure that a lot of people that did go to that island didn't actually do those things that people say that they did.
So your defense is that Donald Trump went to the island, he just didn't do anything at the island?
I mean, there is. I mean, I haven't seen anything that actually shows that he's done anything. And
really? Okay. So to clarify, him going to an island where they engage in child sex trafficking with a child sex trafficker that he literally said was a terrific guy and that he likes beautiful women as much as he does, many of them on the younger side. Scott, think of the $10. Thank you so much. And he didn't know that child sex trafficking would be happening there.
I mean, like I said, I can't say for sure. I'm not 100% well-versed on that subject. I just have a couple points that I would like to bring up about what Donald Trump has done that I agree with.
No, I just want to clarify, like, you would support him in despite of the fact that he went to a island of child sex trafficking with a child sex trafficker.
If I can see foolproof evidence that he did things with children, if he helped him, if
being on the island,
I wouldn't.
Going to the island is not enough for you.
Yeah, no, because like, let's say you go to the hood, that doesn't mean
what? Dude, hold up. That's just, dude. What is this view? They're actually they don't know what to say anymore. They're so fucking crazy. They're starting to defend going to Epstein's island.
No, I never responded yet. Can I respond?
Hold up. Yeah, I know, but like that's Noah. I'm not saying it was you. I was saying Noah's defending that.
You guys.
I meant like MAGA supporters, but I was talking about him. Go for it then.
Okay. Well, he wasn't on the island.
So Donald Trump explicitly, right, was said to have been in the Epstein files, according to Elon Musk. How do you feel about that?
Well, where's your proof? Off of what?
That's what Elon Musk said.
I don't really care about Elon Musk. Is Elon Musk the declaration of truth?
Well, he, according to his own perspective, is the reason why Donald Trump got elected. So wouldn't he have reason to not be biased against Donald Trump?
What does that have to do with anything? What if you said you were the reason he was elected? I don't really care what he has to say.
You don't think that Elon Musk played a pivotal role in Donald Trump being elected?
Yeah, I think he plays a pivotal role. That doesn't mean he's the only reason he was elected.
Okay, sure, you could say that. I don't disagree with that, but I'm just saying from his own perspective, right, given that he was a pivotal role and he believes that it is the case that he is the sole reason that Donald Trump got elected, wouldn't he have actually reason to be biased towards Trump?
I mean, maybe. I guess you could argue
So then
that.
I don't know what this argument is to say that like he would be biased against Trump. If anything, there would be reason to believe that he wouldn't have bias towards, against Trump, so he would specifically do things in support of him.
Well, okay, that doesn't really matter anyway. I have other reasons. I don't really care that he was on Epstein Island.
You don't give a shit that you don't give a shit that Donald Trump went onto Epstein's island.
Well, he probably wasn't anyway.
But if he did, you wouldn't care?
Probably not.
No, you wouldn't. You'd still vote for him?
Yeah.
This is why I mean cult members. You got 2 cult members on the live.
Well, I mean, I
You would
wouldn't
support Donald Trump even though he went to Epstein's island. Can you imagine if you told any Trump supporter from like 2016 that these things were true about Donald Trump? Hell, if you said this like 4 years ago, right, you would have been crucified for just trying to specifically demonize Donald Trump. All right, like
yeah,
it's
because
ridiculous.
of the public opinion, but tell me how it's bad. Define how it's bad.
To go to Epstein's island?
Yeah, well, what if I went there and I had no prior knowledge of it and had no idea?
Wait, hold up. Let's just clarify. Let's just say in this circumstance, you were really good friends with Epstein, and that you also said that he's a terrific guy and he likes beautiful women as much as he does. Many of them on the younger side. So like those would be, for example, and they were like really good friends, right? And then he also went to this island where we now know had child sex trafficking, and we now know that person that he was really good friends with is a child sex trafficker. What is the likelihood he didn't fucking know?
Pretty high.
And if he did know, wait, so then if he did go and he found out, wait, if he did go and he found out, how come he didn't tell anyone?
Because he probably wouldn't want people knowing that information. That's fairly obvious.
He wouldn't want people to be held accountable for child sex trafficking?
Well, no shit if he was on the island.
So you think it's totally okay to like help pedophiles who rape children, right, and sex traffic children, right, not go to prison by not telling on them explicitly when you are an incredibly rich person with lots of resources? You're a rich white man in America, and for some reason you can't come out about that specifically when it is the case that you have information about this, and also you want to become president.
Well, obviously.
And then he's also going to sit there and he's going to blame E. Jean Carroll for not coming out right away, by the way.
Well, this is an extreme. This has no relation to what I have actual things.
It's an extreme. This does have a relation. You support Donald Trump, a guy who, again, his best buddy just said was on the Epstein files.
Yeah, and exactly. And I'm sure every person in political power has done terrible things under the curtains, but that doesn't mean that they don't have bad policies. I mean, you can't just put the country down the shitter because you have to look at what they do morally. I mean, when you're looking at it,
I just want to let you know, like, you understand that it doesn't put the country down in the shitter to have Kamala Harris as president. Can you tell me what she did specifically that would cause that?
Well, I'm anti-DEI, and second of all,
no, what specific Kamala Harris policy?
Well, second of all, she's a woman.
No, Fish, thank you for the $5. Kind, thank you for the $10. So he will vote for a guy that went to Epstein, is on the Epstein files, and he believes specifically, literally went to an island with a guy who's a child sex trafficker who was his good friend, right, where they were doing child sex trafficking, who also was held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman, that bragged about walking into the changing rooms of girls in his team state because he quote-unquote owns the place to inspect them without their consent, who said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years, whose tax policy explicitly adds trillions of dollars to the debt, increases taxes for the bottom 80% of Americans, decreases taxes for the top 20% disproportionately for the top 1%, explicitly cuts $880 billion, right, of Medicaid in the next 10 years, $300 billion of food stamps. He doesn't believe in science. He says the climate's going to start cooling. That science just doesn't know it yet. And that guy is a better candidate to you than Kamala Harris just because she's a woman. Just because she's a woman.
Well, yeah, and because he's powerful.
That you're comically you are actually comically insane, Jerry. You literally just said an insane maniac is better than any woman.
Yeah. Well, women are inferior, and that can be philosophically.
I have a question. Would you rather vote for Kamala Harris or Hitler?
Depends. Depends on the scenario. Hitler before he did all that stuff.
Fate of Illusion, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. These are the same people who were accusing Biden of being on the island and demonizing him as the pedophile. And a few months ago, now they're like, nothing to see here when it's Trump. I know, right? Insane. That person was horrible. Michael, thank you for the money gun. Sid, thank you for the $15. Thank you so much. I'm sorry, but can we address the fact that the POTUS is putting out a poll over X of who's winning the tweet war? What timeline is this? What the fuck? That's insane. That's so insane. All right. Noah, do you have anything? Noah, are you there? Noah. Okay. All right. Noah, you're not there? Let's add someone else up. In the meantime, only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Please, everybody, only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Get this next person up here. We've had some insane guests today. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hi, I was actually here earlier, but don't kick me off. I do genuinely just want to have a discussion.
Why did I kick you earlier?
You kicked me earlier because you said I was rage baiting, which I don't think is exactly fair.
You admitted to rage baiting.
No,
That's why.
I did not.
People were indicating that you admitted to rage baiting.
Why? Can we just have a discussion? I'm not rage baiting. I'm not immature like that. I'm just here to genuinely share my opinions.
If the chat
Also,
says
sorry to interject. I forgot that I was muted. My bad.
You're good. Go ahead. What's the reason? What were we just talking about? You were giving the reason why you still support
Okay, I would
Donald Trump.
I would like to pose a hypothetical to you because you were just talking about Epstein Island and all that. So I'd like to pose a hypothetical.
Go ahead.
So let's say you go to a house party, and you're just having a good time. It's your best friend's house, and people that are there are doing hard drugs, but you don't know that. You don't know that they're doing that in the bathroom. And then later, it breaks out there was hard drugs at that party. Does that mean that you did those hard drugs just because you were at that party that there were people doing those?
No, because it is the case that one, it wasn't a specific party about doing hard drugs. So if you gave an example of a specific party about doing hard drugs and you went to that party, I would probably assume you did.
Well, at the time, Epstein's Island.
If someone went to I have a question.
It wasn't known for that though.
Okay, so you're saying that him going to Epstein's Island, where they are known to have sex trafficked children for decades.
Afterwards, after the public found out, yeah.
So okay, so he didn't know.
Yeah, I'm saying that just because he went doesn't mean he participated. That's just
Christian,
like how with the party scenario.
But is it very likely that he did?
Like I said, who knows? I would need to see some solid proof.
I would say if someone went, okay, if Joe Biden went to Jeffrey Epstein's Island, would you be saying the same thing? Given thinking the $5.
I would still need to see solid proof that he did something. It doesn't matter who it is.
I don't believe
just because your name is on that party list or that island list doesn't mean.
Can you imagine if this was the other way around?
Well, that's the thing. I guess we'll never know if it was the other way around. But I'm just saying, from like,
Christian,
I'm very middle ground on this. I think, it's still not good that happened on the island, of course. And if you did participate in the things that were happening on the island, you're 100% a monster, and you should not be followed. But
given that he was held civilly liable of sexual abuse of him, and that he said he dated a 10-year-old girl in 10 years, that he said that Epstein's a terrific guy and that he likes beautiful women as much as he does, many of them on the younger side. Right, given that he's bragged about walking in the changing rooms of girls in Miss USA because he quote-unquote owns the place to inspect them without their consent, said he had sex in common with his daughter, said he had a Howard Stern calling his daughter a piece of ass, and said he'd be dating his own daughter if it wasn't his own daughter, wouldn't you think that would increase the likelihood that if he went to Epstein's Island, he probably did something?
I've met some people that have said very worse things that he has, but haven't done anything like that before.
What the fuck?
Actions and words are a lot different sometimes.
What worse things are you referencing?
Well, well, you're just saying that, like, oh, he likes beautiful women like I do. Liking beautiful women isn't a crime, and saying that you like beautiful women isn't a crime.
You didn't hear the whole statement. He said specifically about Epstein that he's a terrific guy and he likes beautiful women as much as he does. Many of them on the younger side.
Does that necessarily mean he's talking about below 18?
If you're talking about,
he said younger. Younger can mean 20 and above.
Hey, Noah, what I'm telling you to do is to add all of these factors and use your critical thinking skills.
Okay. I do have a couple things that I would like to use. Not about Epstein's Island. Changing the subject.
Can you understand that? Add up all of these things.
And
understand context clues.
In court of law, it's about facts and evidence, not.
Yeah, and we're doing that. You understand that it's through reasoning and thinking, right? Lauren, thank you for the $15. Thank you so much, Lauren. I really appreciate it. Yeah, Trump did say that he's considering pardoning P. Diddy. Yes.
I did not hear that. Where'd you get that from?
That's actually, you can watch the video of the news thing on my main account. Parker, get a job on TikTok if you'd like. It's one of my last TikToks. Nadia, thank you so much for the 3 USD. Thank you so much.
Okay. Well, let's get past type of person. Let's get past. Let's go to like what he has done for the country.
Yeah, nothing. Good.
Well, Trump created a booming economy. Unemployment hit a 50-year low at 3.5%.
It was lower under Biden.
GDP growth was steady, and the stock market hit
how is
record highs.
GDP doing right now, and how is unemployment doing right now?
How long has he been in office?
About 4 to 5 months, and Donald Trump has taken an economy that had several months of multiple percentage point real GDP growth, and he's switched that to actually negative 0.3 percentage point real GDP growth, and we've also seen an increase in unemployment by 0.2%. So he took a growing economy and made it a decreasing economy, while basically no other developed economy around the world is experiencing that. Okay. So it's unique to him, unique to this country because of Donald Trump's policy.
Okay. Well, how do you feel about the immigration stuff that he's been doing, like limiting that and whatnot?
I disagree with his immigration policy. I think it's horrible.
Why?
And I think that he's also doing a constitutional crisis specifically by like literally not following through with a Supreme Court order that was 9-0. People who he appointed onto the Supreme Court indicated that he did something against the Supreme Court, or I mean against the Constitution, and he essentially just didn't give a fuck.
What's wrong with keeping your country safe, as in keeping bad people from coming into your country by increasing the security?
So to clarify, so someone who's trying to immigrate to the country, trying to legally get into the country, and they were held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman, would you let them legally immigrate into the country?
Why would I do that?
No, you wouldn't?
No.
No? Okay, so you wouldn't let them legally immigrate into the country, yet it is the case that they were held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman, but you will let Donald Trump, who is held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman, be president of the United States.
He was born here. He has a legal right to be here.
Yeah, I'm not disputing that. What I'm saying is that why do you put harsher qualifications on who's allowed to become a citizen comparative to who's allowed to become a president of the United States? Because I don't believe all immigrants or all U.S. citizens are qualified to be president of the United States, right? There are plenty of immigrants who are children, right, who I don't think are qualified to be president of the United States.
Well, that's kind of like asking, like, why would you, like, yeah, he may have been accused of that, but, like, why would we want more of that in the country? It's like, why would we want someone from a different country who did that, where there's probably less legal action and there's less of a police force and whatnot, where they could have done a lot worse in that country before they came here? Why would we want to take that risk in letting more of that into our country?
Letting more violent criminals into the country?
Yeah.
Okay.
Like,
did you know that?
Like,
did you
sure,
know?
there's violent criminals here. There's violent criminals
I want you to listen to this.
Why would we want more?
Undocumented immigrants are multiple times less likely to commit violent crime, drug crime, and property crime in the United States than natural-born U.S. citizens. This idea
It's a
here
crime
that
just to enter here. So it's 100%. When you're undocumented and you come in
We're
here, it's a
talking. You were
100% crime
specifically.
rate
You were
because
specifically.
it's illegal to
Is
come
it a
in here.
violent crime?
Yeah.
No, it's not.
Coming
into the country
into a
undocumented
country
is not a violent
illegally
crime.
is violent.
You're a fucking dumbass. You absolute moron.
How?
No, it's not. It is not. It is not at all. Is it literally? Oh my Jesus Christ! That's so fucking crazy. Holy shit, dude.
It hurts the country when you come in undocumented. And,
No,
and
you said it's a.
come in
What is
illegal.
what is a violent crime?
I would count that as a violent crime.
What is a violent crime?
That's kind of a silly question.
Can you tell me what it is?
Assault, battery.
No, I don't want an
rape,
example. I want a definition I can apply to examples.
I can't. I'm not a dictionary, my guy.
Do you want to use a dictionary? Go look it up. Go look it up on a dictionary and use that definition if you'd like. Go to Google, buddy. If you're on YouTube, do make sure to like the stream. It'll help get it out to more people for the 2,600 people that's there. Everyone on TikTok, I would recommend to go over to the YouTube. YouTube is just honestly a better platform. And, TikTok's been fucking suppressing me like crazy recently, especially on my main account. The same videos I'm posting on Instagram are getting way more views on Instagram than they're getting on TikTok because they're not sending out on TikTok. It's really weird. But do give it a second, everyone. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Do give it a bit for people to join up, everyone. I mean, for not to join up, for him to come back. Jeez, I'm running off of muscle memory there.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, what's up?
Okay, sweet. You're right. Incorrect of like the wording that I'm using. It's not necessarily violent to enter. Like violent is like when you physically put force onto the victim, right?
Yeah. So then it's clear that they haven't committed a violent crime. So then the point you were making that like there's going to bring more violent crime. If you look at the violent crime rate, it would go down if more percentage of our population were considered undocumented immigrants, because undocumented immigrants on average commit lower rates of violent crime. Kim, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much.
But when they do commit crime, how do you catch those people when they have no evidence of them being here? They technically don't exist in America. How do you
so then if you want
catch those people
I got
and
you.
hold them?
If you want to make it so that people right are understood right and they're registered with our system, give them a incentive to do so. Give them a pathway to citizenship if they have not committed a violent crime or a bad crime. Because if that's true,
there is a pathway to citizenship.
No, a quick one. Like, I mean, one that's quick, not one that is just like.
Why would we want a quick one?
Because it is the case that like immigration is a good thing. It's not bad.
Quick,
and like
quick
we want to incentivize.
Quick is easy, and that's how mistakes are made, and that's how more criminals come in.
No, quick would actually incentivize us to go, or for more people to go through the legal process, therefore making it easier for us to register more people, therefore incentivizing people to like be witnesses, right? Because undocumented immigrants are not incentivized to be witnesses in any type of crime or situation like that, because it is the case that they would have threat of deportation. So obviously you would want people who specifically are in the country not to have that threat of deportation, right? Given that they're good citizens, you want them to be witnesses, right? In those types of situations. Lindsay, think of the $10. That's an important thing as well.
Okay.
And the fact that it takes so long, years upon years upon years, to be able to get into the country, oftentimes up to $10,000, right? That's ridiculous. That should never be the case, right? That is insane.
Would you allow...
And that disincentivizes people to go through the legal process, and that overall harms the ability for Border Patrol, right, or people who are trying to deal with the enforcement of the border, right, to actually know who's trying to come to the country for genuine reasons and are good people versus who's trying to come into the country for nefarious means, right? And if it is the case that more people are incentivized to go through the legal process, it will be easier for law enforcement at the border to be able to identify anyone coming for nefarious reasons that is trying to commit violent crime or do bad things. Bridget, thank you for the membership subscription. Thank you so much.
Do you
Also, I just want to let you know, Donald Trump released violent criminals in the country who beat police officers on January 6th and admitted to it.
okay? Do you think that the people that are coming in here illegally, do you think that's a good thing?
I don't think it's wrong for them to come into the country undocumented if they haven't committed a violent crime or bad crime.
So, do you think it would be okay for someone to come into your house without your permission and just kind of do whatever? They aren't breaking anything, they aren't stealing anything, but they're just kind of living in your house without your permission. Do you think that would be an okay thing to do?
No.
Okay, well, the country is our house,
I
and
have a
they're
question.
coming in here without permission.
Do tourists have to come here with permission?
Well, it depends, like from different countries.
Yeah.
Pretty sure they have to get something that says they can come here. I'm not 100% sure. I've never exited out of this country, or I haven't lived in another country, so I'm not sure about that.
So no, right?
Yeah.
In a certain sense. Some people do.
Well, tourists kind of.
I just want to clarify.
Grow the economy, though.
Let me clarify in a different way, right? Maybe that's not the best way. There is a open border between Nevada and California. If you believe that there should be an open border between Nevada and California, does that entail that you have to believe that someone from Nevada should be able to come into your house?
But is California and Nevada not part of the United States of America?
I understand. But like the point that I'm making is that just because you believe in an open border between two land areas doesn't mean it is the case that you are saying that someone should be able to stay in your house, right? I also am saying explicitly, right, that I don't think anyone should just be able to come in if they've committed a violent crime or bad crime. I do think that that's wrong, right? And we shouldn't let them in the country in that circumstance. Right? Like, does that make sense?
With the tourists, they do have a passport. They are checked as they go through airport security, all that whatnot.
So
that's
just
a lot different than just crossing the border.
So to
and
clarify,
just walking in.
if someone has a passport, should they be able to legally immigrate to the country quickly, or should they be able to come undocumented?
Well, when you come as a tourist, you're not there to live there. You're there to.
Well, you could stay past the time in which you were set to go back, or you could get a one-way flight.
Yeah, but eventually you are going to have to go back. Like that. That's
okay.
That's just
Well, let's say if someone
you don't live there.
Well, then here's my question: that someone stays in the country, they were authorized to come into the country, right? It is the case that they want to stay in the country. Should they be allowed to get a pathway to citizenship that's quick?
Yeah, but they should go back to their country and then proceed to go through the pathway that way. You shouldn't get to
Why shouldn't they be able to stay in the country?
That's kind of just like breaking the system.
Well, again, if you need to make the system go significantly faster, and you only have an issue seemingly when it is the case that we're referencing people coming through the undocumented process, because it is the case that the legal process right now in this country takes so long, right? And you can understand that if it is the case that it takes so long, that it would make sense that someone would violate the law. Obviously, it is the case that like it would make sense to violate a law if that law is unjustified.
Well, so when a mother of four is starving and needs to get money to feed her kids and then goes and steals bread, that's still a crime. Yeah, it's not. It's a reasonable reason to go and steal food, but that still doesn't mean that she should have done it.
Can I give an example? Who is the victim when someone comes to this country undocumented?
Themselves. They did that to themselves.
That doesn't even make any sense.
When they come into the country illegally and then they get
who is the
deported,
victim?
that is their own fault.
No. Without deportation, if someone just comes to the country undocumented, who is the victim?
The United States of America, because now we have someone who we don't know lives here. We don't know they live
think
here.
of the $5. So how can a country be a victim?
It's a lack of safety.
It would be a people. Like, so are you saying every person in the country? Is that your view?
Yeah, that does threaten everyone in the country because now
So you're
if they
saying
do
I am
decide
it. Wait.
to do
So to
something
clarify.
bad,
So to clarify, you
if they
think?
do decide to do something
Wait.
bad at some point,
I have a question. I have a
everyone does
question.
something
I have a
bad at
question.
some
I have a
point,
question. I have a question.
that is a
I
national
have a
threat.
question. I have a question. Am I a victim of undocumented immigration?
Not personally,
You
but
just
that doesn't
contradicted
I'm just
yourself.
saying, but you could be, could you not?
You just contradicted yourself. You said as a country, as a whole, that means everyone in the country. Well, then that would mean, as a byproduct, that means I explicitly am a victim of undocumented immigration, which makes no
No, I'm
sense
not
to
saying you're
say.
a victim. I'm saying that you could be in danger of being a victim. There's a
Could
difference between being a victim and then being
so
in
then
danger
who?
of
Okay,
being.
so then if someone comes to the country and is undocumented, who's the victim?
I don't like you're not getting my point though.
Well, because I'm asking you to clarify.
The victim is not there yet, but could be. It's a danger.
Okay,
That's like
so there
if
is no. So to
you
clarify.
went out and walked around at 3 in the morning.
So to
You're
clarify,
not
there
a
is no
victim,
victim.
but you're in danger.
So to clarify, there is no victim. It's a victimless crime.
It's still it's a liability.
What does that even mean? That's not even acting.
It's when someone comes into
regardless
the
of
country
whether or not you want to say it's a
undocumented,
liability, you have to
there is a
agree.
danger that
Regardless
they
of wait,
decide to do
hold
something.
up. Regardless of whether or not you want to say it's a liability, at the end of the day, it's a victimless crime.
Until they commit a crime, then it's a crime.
Okay, well then if it's
But and not only that, they already committed a crime coming here. It's when you like there's some countries
civil
that
infraction.
you go into and you could get your like hand chopped off for going into that country illegally.
Yeah, and that's cruel and unusual punishment.
It is, and thank
Yeah,
God
we don't believe
do
in that.
and
We
we're not like that, and that's why we're
we don't
better.
believe in that. So why is that your standard that you're comparing to? Evelyn, thank you for the
Because I'm
$10. Thank you so
saying
much,
that
Evelyn.
It's like why like again, it's like when someone breaks into your house and doesn't do anything, that's a victimless crime. They didn't do anything.
Thank you for the $5. Thank you so
living in your
much.
house.
No, it is that crime has a victim. It's whoever owns that house.
Yeah, and we own this country as a people.
Okay, so then the logical conclusion of that point is that then I am a victim of undocumented immigration.
Yes, well, low key, yeah, exactly.
Oh, that's a crazy take.
That puts you in danger.
That's a crazy take.
How is it not?
How am I a victim?
I'm not.
By the way, Republicans always like to say that like we have victim mindsets. How am I a victim of undocumented immigration?
Do you like being in danger?
What?
Do you like being in danger?
Undocumented immigrants are not a danger.
They can be though.
Natural-born U.S. citizens are more likely to be a danger. If you cared about a danger, you wouldn't have voted for the danger in the president and in the Oval Office today. You voted for a guy held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman who reproduces more social and cultural norms and which accept people who literally have been held civilly liable of sexually abusing people. Carlos, think of the $2. You are socially normalizing.
I'm asking you personally.
That's what you're trying to do.
You like to be in danger?
No. Donald Trump puts our country in danger. Therefore, you shouldn't support Donald Trump.
How does he put? So by
how does he put our country in danger by like harming,
making it to where it is harder? It is harder for illegal immigrants to get into this country. How does that make it more dangerous when we're limiting illegal? Let's put that word out there. Illegal immigrants from coming in here.
Because the current process that we're saying right here creates a system where there's an underclass of people specifically who, based upon economic reasons, are going to still try to get into the country because the process takes too long. So it creates a system where it literally funds the cartel, because it is the case that people will go through the context of the cartel or through any types of organizations that will provide them the ability to possibly get into the country. Right. So actually it harms things that Donald Trump thinks are issues, right? Like the power of the cartel, right? Specifically when he has the certain process that exists, when it takes so long to get into the country legally, that incentivizes people who are good people to literally go through a process that is undocumented. And since that process is so hard and difficult to be able to get through, people oftentimes will rely on harmful entities because they have no one else to rely on.
And that's kind of another point that I was going to bring up earlier. So with illegal immigration, that's another problem. When you don't limit that, and it is harder to get
Thank you, Tara.
into the country. Yes, it's a long process, right? It is a long process, but if you don't like stop illegal, like if you don't try to secure your borders more, then that's how the cartel does get in. Like that's how they get those people to get through. Like they help those people to get through to smuggle drugs in. So if you don't like secure your border from illegal immigrants, that's how drugs come in. Like that's how fentanyl comes in and kills people.
You can't say
That's
that on the
another
live,
reason.
man. You can't say any of those DRUG names on the live. It will restrict the live even further. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Linktree in the bio. So, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yep.
Why so?
Because he's just best for this country
How so?
by fixing the laws against the LGBTQ plus whatever.
Well, you got it. So, like, what laws?
The immigrants.
Okay, what laws? You said specifically fixing laws relating to the LGBTQ plus community. I asked you what laws.
The marriage laws.
What marriage laws? I kicked them. Starfire, thank you so much for the 45. DKK, thank you so much. I've watched your stream since 3 a.m. or some, and it's 5:26 now. We love and support you, Parker. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Harrison, thank you for the $10. I actually don't know what time I will be live tomorrow. I'll have to check. Haley, thank you for the $2. Thank you. Elliot, thank you so much for the $3. I might be doing a live later tomorrow as well. I think I have like a long time tomorrow to also go live, so we'll see. Michael, thank you for the corgi. Thank you so much. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Linktree in the bio. By the way, everyone, as well, I would really recommend to go over to the YouTube channel and like the stream on YouTube. I would really appreciate it. It helps, get the streams out to more people on YouTube, and that really helps. So I'd really appreciate that. All right, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. All right, only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump.
Oh, no way.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I actually got a freaking accepted.
Yeah, how old are you?
Yo. I'm 20.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yeah, I did, but I have a question.
But before you do.
Yeah. Yep.
Just wait. Noah, did you vote for Donald Trump? Okay. What was the reason why you voted for Donald Trump?
No, I mean, I kind of want to ask you a question. So, for you, I'm curious, do you support racism?
No.
You do not?
Mm-mm.
Okay, so why do you support Dean? Because he said the N-word. And I don't know what justifies that if you can try and justify Trump being on Epstein's list, as you say, even though there's no real proof that he ever was accused of anything.
I think that Dean has been able to address the racism that he's engaged in his past, and I think that he's taken accountability and become a significantly better person over time. And I think that it is the case that you can go from being racist to being not racist, and doing things that were racist to not doing things that were racist, and then being anti-racist. So I believe that people can become better people.
Okay,
that would be exactly specifically why. Now, in terms of Donald Trump, especially with his racism, he's never addressed his racism. He's never taken accountability for his racism. He's never done better and advocated against it.
He was given an award for being not racist. I forgot what's the award called, but he was literally given an award that only few people are given, and it's basically, saying he's not a racist. So I don't know why he would have to address it, even though he has evidence.
There was never an apology of Donald Trump for apologizing for any racism.
Because he never did it. He literally got an award. He was never a racist until he was president.
Wait, he specifically absolutely engaged in racism prior to being president. He explicitly didn't rent to black people in the 1970s because they're black.
That's not true.
Yes,
That's
it
not
is.
true. He sued
it is.
I don't know what state, but he sued a state for not having equal rights for black people opportunities, and he sued the entire
What
state.
state?
So
What state?
I'm not really
So
educated.
you
on
don't
it
even
to
know. So I am educated on this
And-
specifically, and Donald Trump explicitly did not rent to black people. They would put on housing applications the letter C for non-white individuals so that they explicitly didn't rent to them. There were testers.
Okay, yeah.
The DOJ sent testers explicitly who were white and black that had the exact same set of qualifications, where they would tell the people who are white that there were openings and tell the people who were black at the very same time that there were not openings. Evelyn, thank you for the $5.
Yeah.
So please explain to me that.
Well, I don't really have an explanation because I'm just like starting to get into politics, and I will say I did vote for Trump just because one, I've been raised in a mostly Republican household, well, fully Republican household, and based on what I know, he has done some bad things, but based on the economy and everything that I seen when he was president, and the economy under Joe Biden, which you voted for, I'm pretty sure. Which
Yeah, I
don't see
think
how
Joe
that's
Biden is better than
more-
Donald Trump. So what did Joe Biden do that's bad?
Okay, what justifications do you have? Because there's already been proof basically stating that he was illiterate and he basically had he didn't even know what was happening on like the daily basis. There's many videos proving Joe Biden was also a pedophile, grooming little girls, grabbing their hair and sniffing it. So what justifications do you have for that?
Wait, him sniffing his granddaughter's hair is not him being
It wasn't granddaughters. You could literally.
1 second. It was his granddaughter. 1. 2, that's not making him a pedophile. 3, Donald Trump said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years and bragged about walking into the changing rooms of girls in Miss USA because he quote-unquote owns the place to inspect them without their consent, right? Where there was an 18-year-old that came out that said there were 4 girls as young as 15 years old there. And explicitly also, Elon Musk just came out and said that Donald Trump is on the Epstein files. What type of fucking shit are you talking about? Donald Trump said that Epstein is a terrific guy, that he likes beautiful women as much as he does, many of them on the younger side. If you want to address that, what is this even comparison? Right? And if you want to talk about economic policy, you can't mention any of the economic policies of Joe Biden that you would consider bad. Not a single one could you mention. Try. Literally, I dare you. Zach, thank you for the $50. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Zach. Thank you. Good some W's for Zach for the $50 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much, Zach. I really appreciate it, Zach. Thank you.
The craziest part is I'm not even that educated either.
Kim, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much, Kim. I appreciate it. Thank you.
He's not even listening to me.
I appreciate it.
So how do you justify Joe Biden talking about one? It wasn't his granddaughter.
He didn't respond to me. Eku, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. I'll have to look through that. Heather, thank you for the $15. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Heather. W's for Heather in the comment section. Elliot, thank you so much for the $3. Thank you. Taro with the $15. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I haven't even thought about that. Maybe I would. Haley, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you. I am doing okay. I'm actually doing really good today, in general. And then I am caught up completely. Okay. All right. You were saying? You have to unmute your mic.
Okay, so one, I haven't addressed it because I never got to get my point across before I was muted because you were stressed out about whatever. So you wanted to go to donations because
I wasn't stressed out about anything. I was just thanking people. Evelyn, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. You got to unmute your mic yourself. Go in the bottom right and click the microphone.
Okay, so I'd like to get my point across before I'm muted again.
Okay.
So one,
Okay, that was just for fun. Just unmute your mic again. That was just for fun. Okay, I apologize.
Yeah, I get it. One, it wasn't only his granddaughter. There's multiple videos, and two, he would talk on like a report or a news. I don't know what it was. He literally talked about how he would have kids from a pool go up and pull up his leg hairs and watch them go. His leg hairs go straight, and he talked about how he enjoyed that. If that's not pedophilic behavior, I don't know what is.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I think that's like definitely like weird old person thing sometimes, but like I just don't think that's pedophilic. Like I don't think that's good evidence of. I genuinely don't think that's good evidence. I genuinely don't think that's good evidence of pedophilic behavior, Sean, think of the $2. Like, I genuinely don't.
I think it's pretty sufficient
Secondly, I just
considering you're
want
going
to
off a
clarify.
hunch on Donald Trump.
Okay, well,
you know.
well,
So
I can give
what's
explicit.
stopping
I
you
can give
from?
explicit reasons with Donald Trump. He said he would. They just got removed for community guidelines. Actually, I don't even know what community guideline they got removed for. What the fuck? It's been so long since someone's been removed for community guidelines in my life. It didn't even tell me, bro. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 90. Cookie King Mog. Cookie King Mogged you.
Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Linktree in the bio. It will always help get it out to more people. Destiny, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
23.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yep.
Why so? Yashika, thank you so much. I appreciate the $15. Thank you. The South Carolina bill that classifies fertilized egg as a person. That's crazy. I did not hear about that. And then Tara, thank you for the $15. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. It's just so far away from LA. That's all I would say. But yeah, Lowell, are you there?
Yeah. I voted for him because he was able to keep the border under control.
Okay, here, let me think of one more person, and then I will make sure to get to you. Michael, thank you for the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Michael. Can we get some W's for Michael in the comment section right now for the $50 on Venmo? Thank you so much, Michael. They said appreciate what you do and hearing your debates. Thank you so much, Michael. Let's get some W's for Michael in the comment section right now. All right, so again, go over what your reason was. You said immigration. Could you give me like an immigration policy of yours that you like?
Because he was able to close the border. Like he said he wanted a wall, and he built a wall.
How much wall did he build?
Not all of it, but now he's putting in laws to enforce his position on immigration.
Here, what's your birth year again?
2009.
Wow, that's crazy. You are definitely a fetus. Jesus Christ, dude. You can't even vote. "2009, bro? I was 7 years old." Yo, what's up? How old are you? So, Ian, thank you so much. I appreciate the money gun. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yeah.
Why'd you vote for Donald Trump?
I think all the gaslighting the Democratic Party did.
What gaslighting?
I mean, the latest one is the one that was mentioned in Jake Tapper's book, right? The fact that he was
You cut out, what'd you
demented
say?
and they were hiding it. The recent one that was mentioned in Jake Tapper's book about the Biden administration hiding the fact that he was basically demented.
So, I mean, there is no evidence that Joe Biden has dementia. Now, he does have cancer, but there's no evidence he has dementia. Now, I agree he had cognitive decline, but like that's more like associated to like age rather than like anything else. Donald Trump also has cognitive decline.
I understand semantics. Okay, let's ignore the dementia, but he had severe cognitive decline, if you prefer to call it that.
Donald Trump also had severe cognitive decline. He still does.
I mean, pretty much, even Tapper in interviews said that Trump is pretty much similar to how he was in 2016. So I don't know what you're talking about.
Who said that?
He can still have like 3-hour-long speeches. Jake Tapper from CNN.
I don't accept Jake Tapper just because he says it. I don't watch CNN.
I mean,
Danger, thank you for the $1. Thank you.
Not accept, but he wrote a book. He wrote a book about Biden's cognitive decline, as well as the fact that the media was hiding it. So,
okay,
I know you don't accept that, but
I don't see. Is that like the reason why you voted for Donald Trump?
No, I said partially was the gaslighting the Democratic Party did, and that's one example of the gaslighting they did.
How do you feel about the fact that Donald Trump had 30,000 confirmed lies under his administration, and the fact that Elon Musk just came out and said that the reason why the Epstein files aren't out is because Donald Trump is on them?
Okay, can I address the Elon Musk part first?
Go ahead.
Okay, so basically, Elon Musk said that he was on the list, right?
No, he said that Donald Trump was on the Epstein files.
Yeah, on the Epstein files. Sorry, on the Epstein files. Is Elon Musk part of the FBI?
What? No.
So he wouldn't know. He would have no ability to actually know that, right?
So Elon's just lying?
I don't know what he's doing, but I know he doesn't know that.
Okay, so he is just lying.
Possibly, yeah.
Possibly, or he is.
I don't know. Do you know that he's lying? I mean, I don't know. You're forcing
I
yes
don't
or
know.
no.
I don't know. I don't have
I'm
evidence
pretty sure
of that.
you don't know either.
Wait, so then why are you assuming that? Oh,
Exactly. So I don't have it. Why would I assume that he's telling the truth? It's the same question, right? So you're asking me, is he lying? I said, yes, maybe. Why would I assume that he's telling the truth?
Because he believes he is the reason why Donald Trump got elected in the first place. And it is the case that like he was a vital role in Donald Trump getting elected.
But both things can be true. The fact that he's lying about that and the fact that he was the reason that he got elected. Two things can be true at once, right?
You restate it because it keeps cutting out.
Two things can be true in the same time. That he was a big important part of him getting elected, as well as now they're not getting along and he's lying about him.
Okay, well, you're again making the assumption that he's lying. What evidence do you have that he's lying? And if he's lying, why doesn't Donald Trump just release the files to prove
I
that
have
he is
no
lying?
evidence that he's either lying or telling the truth.
Well, actually, you have reason to believe
I
that.
have no reason to believe that he's lying.
You have reason to believe
or he's telling.
You have reason to believe that he's telling the truth because it is the case that he was a vital role in getting Donald Trump elected. That is a reason to believe that he is telling the truth, as it is the case that he was a massive.
No, it's not
aspect of the movement.
If I help a grandma put her potatoes in her car, doesn't mean that I'm sure that she ate the potatoes.
What?
So again, those two things are two separate things.
Well, I'm confused. The relevance. What does this mean?
You're implying the fact that he got him elected, that he knows the fact that he's on the files. That's not related. Those two things are not related to one another.
Scott, think of the $5. Why doesn't he just give up the files then? Starfire, think of the 45 DKK. Thank you so much.
But no, I
Happy Pride
agree
Month.
with you. I agree with you.
Oh,
The files should be out.
Thank you so much. Go ahead. What you were saying, sorry?
The files should be out, but they're not. And another thing regarding Trump being on the files or not being on the files, the Democrats have access to that files for the last, 3 years of Biden, where they had both the Senate, the House, and everything, and nothing came out. So knowing how much the Democratic Party hates Trump, I'm more inclined to believe that he is not on the files.
Yeah. So that is definitely something that I would question in terms of like whether or not they had the authority or whether or not they had the ability to release any files or if they saw that. Because if that is true, that's definitely a question I would ask, like, the administration at the time, because I definitely think that's a question that needs to be answered, especially from Democrats. But separate of that, that's like not at all addressing the reality of the facts that like Elon, right, made this claim about Donald Trump and has a bias towards Donald Trump, right? Like you understand that like that would give him reason to believe that like this information.
I
is
understand
accurate.
that.
So
But-
even if you don't believe that it is the case,
The
that
same way you're
Well,
saying.
Well, I actually like I genuinely think this is the best reason to believe that it is the case that there could possibly be a lie coming from Elon Musk, because it is the case that like it would be saying that like Democrats knew about this prior. One, we would have to look at like whether or not that is true, that they had the authority or had the knowledge of it, and then two, we would have to like evaluate like the probability of what would be the case of like Donald Trump? Like, is he going to have a fault of defamation or something like that? Right, given that he just like said something in that
What I'm
kind
trying
of
to say is
context.
that what I'm trying to say is that Democrats not only had the power, they had the files, they had all the possibilities at their hand to make that public. Elon Musk stated that he knows without having the files in his hand. So I actually believe the people that had the files, knowing how much they hate him, would have put him out already.
Unless it incriminated like other
Meaning the Democratic Party.
Democrats, unless it incriminated other Democrats or incriminated other individuals that they would see as to want to protect. But then that's like another problematic issue of like,
exactly,
if they're doing that, well, then that's an issue on their behalf. So I agree this is something that needs to be addressed from the Democratic Party side of why they specifically didn't address the files, if the files do contain this particular information. Or it could be that the files don't exist, right? And the file was just created specifically just recently. Do you know which file you're referencing? You said that it existed for 3 years prior. I'm not even sure that like there's like a known particular file that existed 3 years ago or anything like that. I think that's just a claim that you just made up.
Oh yeah, no. So let me clarify. Epstein has been in the public eye since he killed himself, right? For how long already?
But I'm talking about the Epstein files. He's cut out. Hello? He swiped out of the app. Hello? Did you just leave?
Can you hear me now?
Okay, you there? Hello?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. So are you going to respond?
Yes, I was trying to see when Epstein committed suicide.
I understand, but
because short after that they started the investigation into this.
Yeah, but that's not necessarily the Epstein files.
I don't know. Do you know the date of the Epstein files?
There isn't a specific one that is identified. That's why you just made that claim up. You said it came from 3 years ago.
Okay.
You made a specific claim about it. And I was just saying you made that up. That was a bullshit claim you whipped right out of your ass. Right, to my knowledge, at least. Right? I have not seen any information indicating there's a specific date of the Epstein files. Because we weren't even sure that there were Epstein was a
no.
specific
The date
Epstein
is
file.
when they started the investigation. I don't know what Epstein files are we talking about. My assumption is that
now you don't know what Epstein file. Wait, now you don't. Wait,
file.
hold up. This is disingenuous. You're saying now you don't know what Epstein files we're referencing. You just said the Epstein files specifically came from under the Biden-Harris administration, right? And that they had it for multiple years, and that's what gave you specific reason to believe that it is the case that Donald Trump isn't on these quote unquote Epstein files.
I didn't say he's not.
Okay, so then I don't know what your point is.
But I don't know what we're arguing about. I'm just saying that the only thing that I'm saying is the Democrats had the power to reveal whatever was there, and they didn't. Therefore, I don't believe
you're saying they had the ability to reveal.
be right.
That's assuming that there is an Epstein file that's established, right? So then we'd have to be clear in addressing that there is an Epstein file. So if you could establish that, I'd love to see that because I actually haven't seen that information yet. They're saying
isn't that what Elon?
What's up?
Said?
What's up?
Isn't that what Elon said about the Epstein file release?
So there isn't a released Epstein file, at least to my understanding. There's like a list.
I know there isn't, but
what? You just stop talking. So they have documents, but like we're talking about a file from the government, right? That would have information that the public hasn't seen. That's kind of like what we were talking about, and you're claiming that like the Democrats had that, and then you're like going back and forth on this because you're also saying like, oh, we don't know when it was from or.
Yeah, we don't know when
Okay.
it was from.
Okay. Well, then you could
We
just
don't know any.
contradict it
We don't
yourself.
have any dates. Anyhow, you were asking about how I feel about Elon saying that. Do you have a grasp of how I feel about it, or am I clear or no?
What's up?
You were asking about how I feel about Elon saying that. Do you have a grasp on how I feel about it now?
No. I have a question. Would you vote
Okay.
for a candidate held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman?
Civilly liable
Yeah.
or criminally liable?
I said civilly.
Civilly? Oh yeah, civilly, yes.
Yeah, you would?
Yes, I did actually, no?
Okay. Would you vote for someone held
That's why I'm
civilly
calling.
would you vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually abusing a child?
Civilly liable of sexual abuse of a child. I don't know. No.
What
No.
is so the only difference between these two cases is the victim's age. So you're saying in one scenario he's excessively bad insofar as that you wouldn't support him, but in the other scenario he's not excessively bad insofar as that you wouldn't support him. And the only difference is the age of the victim, not the likelihood of it being true, nothing else, just the age of the victim.
No, purely being a civil lawsuit, that's not a criminal lawsuit. Therefore, nothing has been proven.
Wait, but like I explicitly gave you a sample or a scenario where both cases were civil liability.
The actions that he supposedly did were between two, what do you call it, adults. The other scenario is between an adult and a child.
Yeah, the only difference is the victim's age. Why is the victim's age relevant in saying whether or not you see
Yes.
them as relevant to whether or not you say it's excessively bad insofar as you wouldn't vote for them? Because I would say in both scenarios it should be clearly obvious that they're excessively bad insofar as that you shouldn't vote for them.
Say that again.
The only difference between the two cases is the age of the victim, meaning that there's no relevant quality you're going to be able to identify to say that like it's not excessively bad insofar as that you wouldn't vote for them. In both scenarios, it's excessively bad, right?
There have been cases. There have been cases where men have been prosecuted or accused wrongfully for those actions.
Well, like what this is like not a good response to what I'm saying, because the only difference between the cases is the age of the victim, not the likelihood of the case being true.
But that's sufficient for me. That difference is sufficient for me. The age is sufficient or differentiator for me to be able
age
to
doesn't change the
vote for
likelihood
him.
of this being true. So why is the age a sufficient change?
It just is.
It just is. Nice. That's a horrible response. I'm going to kick you. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Liam, can you speak, be quiet, mute your mic, or leave the live?
Can you tell me you're afraid to debate?
You're still a good boy. Did you know that you're still a good boy? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 34.
What's it called? Did you support Trump?
Yes.
Why so?
I have lots of reasons, but I kind of wanted to ask you a question regarding immigration when you were speaking to the first Noah. When you were talking about victimless crimes when it comes to immigration.
Okay, go ahead.
So you stated that if someone were to come into the country, who would be the victim illegally, of course? And I believe the gentleman said that it would be the country itself would be the victim. And then you said it along the lines that it would be a victimless crime, right?
Yeah, someone coming to the country undocumented is a victimless crime, and it would be a civil infraction.
So is that still not a violation of law?
Yeah.
Okay, so shouldn't there be some kind of punishment?
Just because it's a violation of law doesn't mean I think there should be a punishment, because it is the case that there are plenty of laws that have existed throughout the context of history that I don't think are justified to exist.
So with that state of mind, wouldn't that cause civil disorder?
No, because it is the case that certain laws we don't see as to be like super needing to be enforced to the harshest degrees possible. Like, for example, right, people speed all the time in California.
Exactly, that's what I was going to say.
Okay, that's a law. Should people get punished for that?
Well, of course, right?
Should I really? You think I should be punished for going the speed of the freeway in LA? Tara, think of the motorcycle. Thank you so much.
What is the point of? So my point is, what is the point of the speed limit?
What?
What is the point of having a speed limit?
Well, in typical, it's to keep people around a certain speed, and so that you can reduce the likelihood of people getting harmed. But like,
so safety.
Yeah, typically it's safety.
So we enforce laws for safety issues, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So wouldn't we want to enforce immigration for safety issues?
Yeah, there are certain immigration laws that we need to enforce for safety issues. I don't dispute that, but like it would be like like certain specific circumstances, a lot less than what you're referencing. Like I'm specifically saying that if someone has committed a violent crime or a bad crime, I'm okay with them being deported, given that there's a condition that they're going to be like put in a a prison in another country.
So like, it's my premise of what I'm saying is that if someone they commit a crime and they break a law, they should be punished, correct?
Just because someone breaks a law doesn't mean there should be punishment.
See, so that's where I differ from what you guys say, because a lot of people are willing to say that
Donald Trump's committed a law, broke the law. He has 34 felonies. He should be punished, correct?
Yeah. Hold on. Let me finish my debate before you interrupt me, because you tend to do that, Parker. So
you want a tissue?
Tissue for what? That's what I don't understand. Okay, so I want to have a civil conversation with you. I'm just trying to get my point across, because you made a point that I want to bring up, and my point is this: if laws are broken, there should be punishment. The extent of the punishment we're not talking about. The point is, if there are laws broken, there should be punishment. Correct?
No.
No. So then, if I go into your house without your permission, I shouldn't be punished?
You should be punished in that circumstance.
Okay, so what's that differ from coming into the United States illegally?
I think that there's a greater infringement upon personal space, right, and someone's personal rights, comparative to I don't believe there's personal rights necessarily of the United States as a whole. Like that doesn't make any sense. I don't think I think that countries and borders for states are treated differently than like households. Like, and I'll give you an example. Do you believe there should be an open border between California and Nevada?
Well, we're all in the same country, so yes.
So does that mean that if you live in California, you should be okay with people from Nevada breaking into your house?
I don't see the point of that.
The point I'm demonstrating is that it's a ridiculous statement just to believe that there should be, even if I did believe that there should be an open border, that would then commit me to saying that people should then be able to go into my household. Like, I think that's a ridiculous conclusion.
So let me understand where your stance is. So if someone were to come into the country illegally, right? They committed the crime by coming into the country illegally. What should be their punishment?
My internet's probably lagging a lot right now. Oh my gosh, I just lost a lot of people on YouTube. What's up, everyone? Can you all see me now? What just happened?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you. Am I fine now, chat? It's back now? I'm sorry, everyone. I just lost a lot of viewers. I'm so sad. That's very unfortunate. I don't know why. It just did that.
Are you ready?
Yeah, go for it. What were you saying?
Okay, because so you said that if they were to come into the country illegally, that they committed a crime, correct?
Civil infraction, yeah.
Well, it's still a crime.
It's a civil infraction, yeah.
But see, so don't you think with that mindset you're diluting the laws of the land?
No. Do you, how do you feel?
Also,
No, I think that you're diluting the laws of the land when you vote for a guy that called for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution.
I don't want to. I don't want to bring up Trump right now. I just want to, because we can go into that in for hours and hours. I really want to just get your mindset of what you think, and I kind of want to understand you.
That is my mindset.
Okay, so if you believe that somebody commits a crime, there should be punishment, correct?
Not always. Dude, I don't know why you keep trying to pin this on me when I clearly have answered this question already. At this point, either acknowledge that I've answered the question and move on, right? Or get the fuck off my live.
Do you see? I mean, I know you're 23, Parker, and you still have a lot of life to live, and I'm only 35, and I have a lot of life to live. But with that mentality and that statement that you just made, how do you expect people to have civilized conversations with you?
I'm having a completely civil conversation with you right now. I would love for
So
you to
if-
actually like move on with the conversation instead of continuing to ask the same question over and over again after I've already answered the question.
What I'm trying to demonstrate is your character. Because you talk a lot about Trump's character, and listen to your character now. I'm trying to have a conversation. I'm trying to understand you better, and because you don't like my answers, and when I'm asking you, you decide to tell me to get the fuck off your stream or move on. How is that civil?
You didn't listen to what I said. I said
you
either
said.
I said either accept that I've answered the question and move on, or get off my stream.
So follow your terms.
Yes, it's my live. Welcome to my live.
See, but so I thought you guys were attempting to bridge the gap in between conservatives and Democrats and find the middle ground to convert conservatives to Democrats. And
if you're willing to actually engage with what I have to say, if you prove to me that you're
Well,
going to
yeah,
specifically ask the same question over and over again, regardless of how I respond, I am seeing that you're not engaging genuinely and that there is no productive dialogue to have with you. Right? So obviously then I would say get off my live. Yeah.
Okay, Parker, this is exactly why a lot of people are not willing to debate and voice their opinions, because if it's not to your standard, I understand it's your stream, I understand, and I commend you for what you do, because not a lot of people are willing to put their face out there and express how they feel and try to change people's mindset. So I commend you for that. But you have to also understand your arrogance behind a lot of the things you say deter people from having these conversations. And
it's not arrogance to have boundaries. Having boundaries is not arrogance. You're just mad that I have boundaries.
I'm not mad that you have boundaries, Parker. What I'm saying is that I asked you the same question 3 times, but it was not for your sake. It was for my sake to better understand who I am talking to.
Okay, then go ahead.
Can we agree to that?
Yeah. So then you now understand that my answer, and you can move on with the conversation. Correct.
Okay. So how do you feel about Title 24?
You have to be clear with what it is.
During COVID, with Trump implementing Title 24 to, I guess, prevent COVID from entering the southern border, and that was lifted by Biden, that created an influx of immigration to the border.
Repeat what you just said.
That was a long sentence, man.
I apologize.
Okay. I say I was referring to Title 24 as far as the aspect of Trump implemented it to prevent the spread of COVID coming through the southern border during COVID. And then once Biden was elected, he removed Title 24, causing an influx of immigration at the border.
You mean Title 42?
Yeah, sorry. I'm dyslexic, so bear with me.
That's totally fine. So, yeah, Title 42, that's COVID emergency policy.
Yes. So, I mean, do you agree with Biden lifting that?
Yeah, because it's the emergency for COVID was done, so you had to lift it as by the law.
Okay, so even though it created an influx of immigration to the border, does that not correlate?
That's because you have to do it as per the law. So that would have happened even if Trump was in office.
So the Biden had, like I said, so Biden had no way of implementing it or keeping it going.
Repeat what you just said.
Biden had no way of continuing to try to implement it, to try to keep it going. Because if I'm not mistaken, the pandemic didn't officially end until I believe it was 2023-ish, correct?
So the asylum, whenever Title 42 ended, is when it had to end relating to COVID. Right. That's what the law dictated. The only way that Joe Biden would have got around that is if he violated the law.
Okay, I see what you're saying. Well, I appreciate you, accepting me into your life. And like I said, I do commend you for what you do, Parker. I don't agree with you on a lot of things. One question I do have before I let you go and I move on, is why is it that you're on Dean's channel?
Yeah, I was just testing out the stream here to see Dean allowed me to, just to see if it like the algorithm worked differently on a different account. I'm gonna be back on my girlfriend's account because my main account. The reason why I can't stream on my main account is because I stream on my. It doesn't allow me to get TikTok Live Studio, so I can't stream from my PC. I can only stream from my iPad because I have an account ban warning on my account. So I have to wait until the end of the month until my account ban warning is gone because of all the TikTok ban issues that exist in the past that have now gone away and been resolved. So I have to wait till that gets back, and then I might be able to get TikTok Live Studio for my main, and then I'll have my own main account back. But as of right now, the only account I can go on TikTok Live Studio on is my girlfriend's account. So.
Okay. Well, I appreciate your time. I honestly think you are a better debater than Dean. So like I said, I wouldn't say I'm MAGA. I'm more conservative. I'm more small government. Leave me alone. I know we have different aspects and different views. Like I said, I really appreciate it. I don't want to end on a bad terms or have any animosity. I'm trying to bridge the gap like you, and make a better world for us.
All right. Appreciate you coming up. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. If you're on YouTube, do make sure to like the stream. It should help get it out to more people. Let's try to get to 2,000 likes, everyone. I'd really appreciate it. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Okay. All right, let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Yo, what's
Hello.
up? How old are you?
I'm 19.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
I did.
Do you still support him?
It's tough to say with the Epstein files because it's the first I've heard of it.
Yeah, how do you feel about that?
Well, how long has Elon been gatekeeping that? That's one thing that I kind of feel about it. Like,
what do you mean?
Well, if he says that, then how long has he known that information for?
Okay, well then that's a critique of both Trump and Elon. That is exactly what I would say too.
That's why I'm still like on that questionable side of things with it,
So then wouldn't you just like not like both Elon and Trump? Think that they're both bad?
Yeah, I do personally think that they're both. Look,
okay.
Look, okay.
If you think they're both bad, well then you don't support them, right?
Hey, don't kick me yet. Don't kick me yet. Look, I have listened for about 3 hours now, and these Trump supporters are pissing me off because I'm a Trump supporter, and they just sound retarded.
Okay, we don't like the use of the R slur. That is definitely something I don't like. Definitely don't like that. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. All right, let's get this next person up here. Please, everyone, only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump.
Hey, dude, I'm really happy that I'm on your live, and I do want to debate you about Trump, of course.
How old are you?
Oh, I am freshly 18. I turned 18 in October, so this was my first election that I voted in.
Okay, so, and you support Donald Trump? still?
Yeah, of course I voted for him.
How do you feel about the
First
Epstein
ever
files?
election. The Epstein files. Well, you did say your source came from Elon Musk, right?
Well, Elon Musk explicitly said that he thinks that Donald Trump was in the Epstein files.
Well, you can't really rely on Elon Musk's, words. Of course, you shouldn't be, you shouldn't be trusting him. You know.
Okay. You don't think that he's to be trusted, so you don't like Elon?
No, of course not. Elon Musk, I feel like he's pretty, he's pretty crazy in the head.
Okay. So what makes you think that?
Because have you seen what he's been doing recently?
Yes.
And you believe and you trust him and you believe that he's a good source to trust.
I think he's not biased against Trump.
All right. What's your opinion on immigration? Of course.
Do you want to just pivot away from what we were just talking about?
Yeah, of course. I don't really know much about the whole Epstein. All right. I want to talk to you more about like immigration, of course. Because I'm not gonna lie to you. I do
Wait,
respect
given that
many
Donald
Connells
Trump
on
went to
Latino.
Epstein's island, would you still support him?
Well, perhaps he didn't know about the trafficking that happened.
So he went to Epstein's island and didn't know child sex trafficking was happening, even though he specifically was good friends with Epstein. He said he was a terrific guy and that he likes beautiful women as much as he does, many of them on the younger side. That's what Donald Trump explicitly said about Epstein.
Well, let me tell you something real quick. All right. Let's say I went to your house, right? And perhaps you were caught doing something bad, something bad, and people are saying that I'm doing something bad with you because I went to your house. All right. Would you, mm, you know? I'm sorry. I'm really bad at explaining stuff.
If you I'm sorry, if someone went to a Diddy party, knowing what happens at a Diddy party, would you blame them?
Wait, can you repeat that again? Sorry, I'm cutting out. Okay,
If someone went to a Diddy party, knowing what happens at a Diddy party, would you blame them?
Of course, I would blame them if they knew.
Okay, so then.
But I don't think Donald Trump knew. That's the difference, though. That's the difference.
Okay, so then you think that Donald Trump went to Epstein's island and didn't know about any of that shit, even though all of these conditions that I told you about Donald Trump saying that Epstein is a terrific guy and that he likes beautiful women as much as he does, many of them on the younger side, like explicitly saying.
Well,
that.
perhaps he meant younger, as in younger than him, like perhaps 25, perhaps. I don't think he was talking about.
You think he was saying that when he was also saying he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years? When he was bragging about walking into the changing rooms of girls in Miss USA because he quote-unquote owns the place to inspect them without their consent, where an 18-year-old who at the time specifically came out and said there was 4 girls as young as 15 years old there when Donald Trump would barge in without their consent while they were changing?
Well, where's your source on that? Where did you get that information from?
Yeah, look up Donald Trump brags about walking into the changing rooms of girls in Miss USA. Specifically, you can see the victim explicitly talk about it, right? And you can also see him bragging about it on Howard Stern. So you can get those 2 explicit ones. There's a video that has audio of Donald Trump bragging about it, and then there's also a video of the 18-year-old who was 18 at the time. Speaking about how she was at these events and how Donald Trump would barge in and how there was 4 girls as young as 15.
Okay, so I'm gonna be honest with you. Of course, I'm gonna be honest with you. I did not know, that much. I can't, I'm gonna do more research on that because I'm not sure if it's true or not. And I respect your claim, of course, dude. You seem very respectable, and I respect that. But I live in Texas, so I'm surrounded by Republicans, and even my household is Republicans. So, of course, why I would support Trump. But can we please talk about the immigration laws?
Before you do, I was just gonna say I grew up in a Christian conservative household. I used to be a Trump supporter, and you can also get out of those views and critically think. I think it's important to do that. I think it's important to inform yourself so that you don't support such terrible candidates like Donald Trump, because it might seem very normal to support someone like Donald Trump because it's one political side. But that's actually one of the harmful aspects about Donald Trump being the head of that party, is that he's normalizing a lot of these harmful behaviors because it is the case that he's the head of the party. And it's such a huge aspect of our society.
Yeah, of course, I understand it, dude. I'm 100%. But what makes you think that Kamala was better than Trump? Though, since,
Kamala.
Kamala, yeah.
Kamala.
What makes you think that she was better than Trump?
Yeah, so explicitly the policy she was advocating for, the fact that that she was advocating for a $6,000 child tax credit for the first year of a child's life, $3,600 through them being 5 years old, $3,000 through them being 18, the $25,000 tax credit for first-time home buyers for new homes, the $2,000 cap on pharmaceuticals out of pocket, the limiting of medical debt on your credit. So she also had the largest investment in renewable energy ever through the Inflation Reduction Act. The CHIPS and Science Act through the Biden-Harris administration, the bipartisan infrastructure bill. Those are all policies that I thought were good that she supported.
No, of course, dude. But how come she didn't do that when she was vice president, though? That's the thing.
I gave examples of things she did as vice president: the Inflation Reduction Act,
Oh,
the CHIPS and
really?
Science
Oh,
Act, the bipartisan infrastructure bill.
hmm Of course, dude. But Donald Trump, he has, the tariffs that he has placed could perhaps, you know, provide our future better, since these tariffs could make us be more independent on our factories, of course. If you get what I'm saying. Sorry, I'm really bad at explaining things, of course. This is like my first time ever debating, so yeah, dude.
Yeah, but like it doesn't help us to not be as good as friends with our allies and to like try to decrease trade with our allies explicitly, like Canada, right? That's a good example. So I mean, I don't understand explicitly how you would like ignore that, especially when we're addressing that those aren't security threats.
But why do you think we should allow illegal immigrants into our country, though? That's a belief.
Okay,
No, I don't want to say illegal
you're
because
you're
that's
you're
like really bad.
pivoting, you're pivoting, but I will address this, right? In terms of undocumented immigrants, immigrants are good for the economy. The current immigration process takes too long for people to get into the country. So if someone has not committed a violent crime or a bad crime, I see no reason as to why we should deport them from the country. Do you see any good reason to deport a good person who has not committed a violent crime or a bad crime from the country?
Well, they did make the crime of entering this place undocumented, of course. I don't want to call them illegal immigrants because I believe that's an offensive term. I would like to call them undocumented, of course. But I feel like it is a crime. All right, there's a reason why we have rules. All right.
Yeah, just because something's illegal doesn't mean that we think that someone should receive like punishment or even a lot of punishment from it, right? There are laws that we can disagree with, and I disagree with the laws. I think that the process should go significantly faster, and I understand and empathize with people who have gone through the process undocumented, right, for a better life.
Yeah, of course. And you know what, dude? Right now, dude, you are perhaps convincing me on why I just really want to thank you for perhaps changing my mindset in the future, of course. But I do feel like Trump is a bit better than other options, of course.
And what makes you think that?
Because back then when he was the president in 2016, he has done a bunch of good changes. All right, a bunch of good changes.
Okay,
And
so
I
like,
just want to
could
say,
you give me an example of any of the good changes?
yeah, of course. He he boosted the economy, of course, which has amazing gave us more opportunity, of course. Yeah. But can I ask you something real quick?
He boosted the economy. How do you boost the economy?
By being a good president, and I believe he's a good
What did
president.
he do specifically to boost the economy?
By doing good things.
What good things?
Good things that help boost the economy.
Like what?
Uh, by boosting the economy, because if you boost the economy, it helps provide
You're
more
trolling at this
money.
point.
I'm sorry, dude. Perhaps can I restart?
No. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
23.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
I did.
Why so?
Well, I'm an American farmer, and the tariffs do help our farm specifically and a lot of neighboring farms.
What? You know that tariffs... Okay, so you have no exporting.
We don't export. We only sell in American markets.
Okay. So you're saying the tariff policies are beneficial to you because you only sell within American markets. Did you know also the demand for agricultural goods would go down, right? Given that it is the case that you don't have global demand, so then
So
it would be not as expensive for, or it would be more what's it called? You wouldn't be able to get as much essentially, if that makes
so
sense.
when a tariff is placed on, let's say, us by another country on our exports, right? That forces American farmers to sell more in American markets, which the demand would automatically go up because no one's going to buy from another country because we have a tariff on them, so their product is more, and the demand from them goes down while the demand for an American farmer shoots way up, which it has exponentially for us and a lot of neighboring farms.
Demand would go up from Americans, but not from people around the world. And did you know that since you are competing with other people in the United States who are selling their products around the world, if that global demand goes down explicitly, it is going to be the case that they're going to be buying more from what's it called? Uh, uh, Americans will be buying more from Americans, and then people from other countries will be buying more from themselves. Right, so that's obviously not going to be better, given it is the case that it's imposing these types of restrictions that provide no benefit to us. Like again, you're saying that you benefit from this. What tariffs are even implemented currently?
Well, they're not currently implemented. No, you are correct there.
So
But
then what are you benefiting from?
I'm saying if they were implemented, they would help us.
I don't see
farmers.
any good reason to indicate that.
So we place a tariff on, let's say, milk and dairy from Canada. Obviously, they're not implemented right now, but if they were correct, okay, Canada's products would go up. Their milk and dairy products prices would go up for
Actually,
us to buy.
can I ask you about this? How do you feel about the fact that Elon Musk said that Donald Trump's tariffs will cause a recession?
I'm not really worried about what he says because he's not a farmer.
Okay, so you don't care what he. Okay, so Donald Trump's not a farmer.
No, he's not.
So how do you know his stuff is gonna be good for that?
Because I'm a farmer. We've been farming since 1896.
What do you mean?
I am a farmer, so I specifically see how the tariffs affect our industry and in the markets. And the only thing I've seen is positive so far.
Okay, so okay, well then, how about this? You know that certain countries around the world, they produce better agricultural goods within certain contexts because of their climate conditions, correct?
I would agree that some countries do produce some better agricultural goods. Like Australia has better beef than we do. Ireland has better beef than we do. But we also have less restrictions on what's allowed in our beef compared to them.
Repeat that. Sorry, I did not follow. I was reading something.
It's like, for instance, Australia, New Zealand, Ireland, they all have better beef and dairy products mostly than we do because they allow less toxins to be and hormones to be added into their diets, into their.
So you want more restrictions? I don't see how Trump's going to do that.
I'm saying we don't. No.
Okay.
Like beef from New Zealand is higher quality than beef from America because the cows are eating mostly non-GMO corn and soy and wheat. A lot of them are fed alfalfa, grass, pasture raised, so they're full of higher omega-3 fatty acids, which reduces cancer-causing properties, unlike grain-fed cows with GMOs in America, which creates omega-6 fatty acids, which are cancer-causing properties.
And how is Donald Trump going to fix any of this?
I'm not sure how he would fix,
Okay, so then I'm confused why you brought this up.
So back to the tariffs, okay?
So then if you're saying that the goods from the United States are not as good quality as the goods from countries around the world, why do you want to pressure people in the United States to buy more from America, given that we don't have those set of regulations existing? You're just making it more expensive for people to buy healthier stuff?
I would like to see regulations put in place by RFK to help the American farmers become healthier farms and not allow them to, spray things such as glyphosate on their crops.
Okay. All right. Is there anything else you'd like to go over or talk about?
I would make another claim that undocumented immigration does hurt farmers.
That's just ridiculous.
We've never hired any illegal work, okay, for instance. However, there's many farms that do hire undocumented immigrants that are taking profits away from farms who only hire legal workers and who do it the right way.
Okay, so then how about we make the process legal, right? So we give more people legal access so that people are, given good working conditions and they're paid to the legal standards that we currently have.
I agree. However, it's too easy to exploit that. So a lot of farmers take advantage of that and will hire illegal workers
because it is the case
they'll pay
because it is the case that we have a process that incentivizes people to go through undocumented means, because it is the case that it takes too long for people to get into the country documented.
Would that be an issue of maybe a technological issue on our end with not being able to process as many applications that are being put in? Not enough workforce to process those applications as well?
Yeah, so we need processes to make it faster for applications, which is what Democrats have been advocating for, and through the bipartisan border bill would have given things for specifically the asylum process. But Republicans won't support that policy because they don't want the process to go quicker.
I mean, we hire a lot of immigrants through HB1 visas, and we have employee housing, and a lot of them are making more money than we are.
Who?
Like us, my farm, my family's farm, we hire a lot of HB1 visa immigrants that come in with green cards, HB1 visa, etc. We supply them with free employee housing, free internet, free beds, free kitchen utensils, etc. And we've never had a hiring issue at all going through those programs at all. And neither have any of the neighboring farms that hire. And between the 3 neighboring farms, we hire over 3,000 HB1 visa workers per year.
Okay. You're talking about legal immigrants, yeah? What was the point of you saying that?
The point is the process really isn't that hard to do, because
really, you think the general legal process is just really quick?
I mean, for some people it can be quick. For a lot of people, it unfortunately isn't.
Yeah, so then why wouldn't we want to make the process quicker overall? Wouldn't that be important in order to incentivize people to go through the legal process?
That is something I do agree with you on. However, I don't think we need to make it. I don't think that the process should be less. What do you call it? I think that we need to have restrictions, obviously, right? Like a more, what's the word? Obviously like a due process to get into the country, right? But I do think that you need to be a resident for, I don't know how long. I can't give you a number because I don't work for the United States government, and I'll never have a say in that. But I do believe that we need to have residency before becoming a citizen. Like, you need to prove, okay, I can be a resident here, I can be a citizen, for X amount of time, however long that may be.
Yeah, and that process can go a lot quicker for the general process. What you're talking about with H-1B visas is for specialty occupations, right? So that not everyone specifically can apply for that, right? Also, it is the case that, I think it's incredibly important to acknowledge that, for the vast majority of individuals who are going through the immigration process, that it takes years to get into this country, and that it shouldn't take years to get into this country. That's insane. You can agree with that, right? Immigration is an important aspect of our economy. It helps our economy grow, and especially if it is the case that we're going to be able to pay for these systems such as Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security, things like that we've had for so long, well, then it is the case that we're going to have a lot of younger people who are paying for the people who are older, right? Because it is the case that our fertility rates have been below replacement rates since the 70s, the past 50 years. So it is the case that, in order for us to be able to continue that. We like immigration is an important aspect. So immigration helps us and it helps the immigrants who are coming to the country. I don't see any reason to restrict it in circumstance in which you're referencing like someone who hasn't committed a violent crime or a bad crime. I just really don't see a good reason.
When it comes to fertility rates, would I have a question about those? Would you agree that obviously? So I watched your thing with Jordan Peterson. I'm not a big Jordan Peterson fan. I don't really watch him too much, to be honest with you. I think he's kind of lost it after the last like 10 years. Lost what he used to be. I think he used to be okay, but I don't really find him all that appealing to me now. However, would you agree that the Christian beliefs and mindset would, if that was more believed in the country by people, that the fertility rates would go up since Christianity supports having kids and having families?
I don't necessarily think that given Christianity would make it so that there were more people. I also don't think that even if that's true, that would mean that we should do that. There are other ways that we can, incentivize people to have more children, like, making society a better place so that there are better conditions for the raising of children.
Would you, so another question would be, the left heavily pushes for trans rights, right?
Yeah, what's wrong with trans rights?
Nothing's wrong with trans rights at all, in my opinion. I love everybody. However, it is a lot harder for people in LGBT relationships to have children, so they have to rely on straight couples to produce a child for them. And the rise in LGBTQ.
Not necessarily. Do you know what IVF is?
I do know what IVS is,
in vitro fertilization. So you don't require on intercourse in order to be able to produce children anymore. But even so, like, again, right, people are gay, right? Are you saying you should force them to be in relationships in which they don't want to be in order to be able to have children for society? No. I would never want to force anyone into conditions in which they would have to have children, right? I explicitly would like to be able to create better conditions so that people can choose to have children, right, to a greater extent. But I would never force people into those conditions. I believe that having a child should be like someone's choice, right? I don't think that it should be typically something that someone's forced into.
Oh, I agree with you 100%. I don't think that we should force people to not be gay so they can have kids. That's a really dumb claim for someone to make. However, my question
you meant for someone to be straight.
Sorry. Thank you for correcting me. I'm saying that over the last, let's say, 50 years, right, America itself has been openly more LGBTQ, right, than it ever has been in the past, and more than other countries are. Most other countries.
There are other countries that are definitely more than us. In terms of this, sure, we've gotten better within plenty of respects, but also in plenty of respects, especially as of recently, we've gotten a little bit worse with people like Donald Trump, right, and people who are in the conservative party, especially if you've gone on X, it's horrible, right? So, I mean, there's still plenty of issues that we need to address in this country, and to act like there isn't, hate towards the LGBTQ community is just to deny reality.
Oh, there's hate towards that community. There's hate towards the black community. There's hate towards Asians. There's hate towards white. There's always going to be hatred in the world.
I don't know what you mean by hatred towards white people. Scott, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. W. Scott in the comment section. Thank you so much on YouTube Super Chat. He said this caller's talking about the corporate immigration where filing fees and processing is paid by the hiring company, corporation sponsored. The immigration issue for others who aren't corporate funded. Yeah, that makes sense.
Now,
and then also, thank you so much, Tara. I appreciate the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Dana, thank you so much for the $1. Kendall, thank you so much for the $5. I appreciate it.
Does Tara have an extra $10 to spare? I could use $10 for gas this week.
Soul, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. We had to adopt because of med issues, and we couldn't be happier with our children. That's great to hear. That's great to hear that you've been able to adopt children.
Am I muted right now? I can't tell. Sorry.
I hear you.
Okay, sweet. I wasn't sure because you were reading out the donations there. I actually did send you $2 the other day, and you had read it off. I was like, oh, pretty cool, you know. But anyways, so back to your thing with Jordan Peterson. Your question to him was, do you believe in the all-knowing, all-powerful, all-loving God and think it to be true? Was that the question?
Yeah, I asked him. Do you believe in an all-knowing, all-powerful, all-good notion of God? And he said, "What do you mean by believe?"
And he's like, if you believe something, you stake your life on it. And
Yeah.
that necessarily, that can be true for
While
some
you
things, but
say
not
that, I think
all.
this is an important thing to address. Tara, thank you for the Rainbow Superstar. Thank you. This person who's on the live right now, can you unmute your mic? You said that Jordan Peterson cooked me in the debate, and I think that's an indefensible position. How old are you?
50.
50?
Yeah.
What's your birth year?
My birth date, 1975, January.
Okay. All right. So, what makes you think that Jordan Peterson beat me in the debate?
I mean, you got really animated and interrupted like usual.
No, I didn't.
I thought you did.
When? At what point in the debate? I was incredibly nice to him.
You're your typical snarly grin and interrupting like always.
I wasn't interrupting. I was incredibly nice.
Can we watch it? Can you put it up right now?
You've already watched it. You can just go back in your memory. I didn't. I played it and watched it. You can go and watch it on my account right now.
Yeah, I'll rewatch it. That's fair.
Okay.
So my question for you, Parker, right?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. Would an all-loving God force you to love him?
In my eyes, it would be the case that there could be conditions in which you would be forced into what's it called, a perfect set of relation that does not require you to be forced into like loving God. Like, for example, like, do you think that heaven is good?
Yes.
Okay. Do you think that in heaven there's free will?
I'm not sure what there is in heaven because I'm not dead. I haven't died, so I don't know if I'm going to heaven.
You don't know if there's heaven or free will in heaven?
I would believe that there would be, yes.
You believe there would be?
I would like to think there would be.
Is there evil in heaven?
Like I said, I've never gone to heaven, so I don't know the answers to these questions.
Is heaven better than earth?
Yes.
Okay, so if at least it's better than earth and there's still free will, right? Well, then at least in a certain sense, right, you would be able to limit how much evil exists in the world without getting rid of free will. So I don't know why this even bringing up getting rid of free will would be a point to even bring up. But I can give examples where you can reduce the harm and pain and terrible things that exist in society without getting rid of free will. And Megan, thank you so much for the $100 on Venmo. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Megan. They said tell guests to drop Venmo, and I will drop gas money because that means he's a socialist in redistribution of wealth. Thank you, Megan. I appreciate it. Thank you.
So I am interested in your theological beliefs. Do you believe that there is a higher power, or like it's like a Big Bang, or what exactly is it?
I don't believe in anything. I don't believe in any specific worldview as it relates to like the creation of the world. I don't know what led to our existence.
So you're pretty much open to
push the
anything.
galaxy.
You just haven't been persuaded to believe.
Yeah, and I do think the Abrahamic religions are pretty nonsense.
In what sense?
Like contradictory. I don't think a perfect being could create a set of conditions that is imperfect. Because that would indicate that he desired something flawed, which would then be a flawed desire.
God is a being, though.
Does God have? Can a perfect being have flawed desires? No, because they're flawless. That'd be a contradiction for them to be flawless and flawed.
God isn't a being, however.
That doesn't at all get around the issue I just referenced.
Like, like for instance, like when Picasso paints a picture, right? He's not painting him in the picture. He's painting something that he thought of in his mind. It's not him though. You know what I mean? Like a creator doesn't live within their creation. It's
I'm not,
outside of the
I
creation.
mean Jesus did, right? So that's you just contradicted yourself in your own belief system. Try again.
Jesus, God, the Holy Spirit. There's three different versions. You know, there's three
So
things.
three different gods?
No.
Okay. Well, I
They're
don't know what
all
you I don't know
they're
what
all
you
in
mean.
one.
Okay, is Jesus 100% God?
I believe he is, yes.
Is the Father 100% God?
Yes.
Is 100% God 100% identical to 100% God?
Is 100% God 100% identical to 100% God?
Yeah, like no differences.
And differences in what characteristics, how
Yeah,
they speak, how
100%. A, there's no differences between A and A, correct?
Correct.
So there's no differences between 100% God and 100% God, right?
Correct.
Okay, Jesus is 100% God. The Father is 100% God. One is human, the other one's not. Contradiction.
Not
You're saying there are
necessarily, no.
differences and no differences simultaneously. Anna, think of the $2.
Not necessarily, no. Like, where do you think we get the idea of love from as human beings?
Where do we get love from? I think it's biological.
I think it's biological. Well, in the Bible, obviously, you probably have read parts of it or some of it or a lot of it. I don't know. But, it claims that God so loved the world that he sent his only son to die, for our sins, yada, 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 right? So forth. And my thought process would be, okay, you could kind of think of the word dualism, right? Where people believe, okay, there's good and bad in the world, right? Like a good force and an evil force, and both think they are doing good, right? But where do they get the idea of good and evil from? Like, what are they comparing that to? There's got to be something outside of them as well, greater than them, where they get that idea from.
Nope, I don't see any reason as to why love requires a god. That's just a ridiculous concept to me. That's not an argument. That's just like you assuming something.
But it's no different. Me assuming that is no different than you assuming that there's no God and no loving
I
God,
didn't
correct?
assume that there's no god. I gave a contradiction.
You made the claim the other day that, or not the other day, what was it? Your another Jubilee you were in with, I think it might have been Charlie Kirk. I can't remember. I think it was Charlie Kirk.
Mm-hmm.
Where you said that Christianity was contradictory because there is no everlasting life after God. But
that's not what I said.
If you assume it,
I gave the perfection argument.
That is, you did get the perfection argument. However, you also did assume that you made the claim that there is no life after everlasting life after death through
No,
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, because Christianity is contradictory.
Parker, I stand corrected. You didn't interrupt him. You did get cooked, but you didn't interrupt him.
What I get cooked on? Scott, thank you for $5. Thank you, Scott.
It was just kind of like he was saying, is a really dumb hypothetical that again, what if we were to say, hey, if the only way you could live and a lady could live and both your families could live would be if you graped her. I mean, it's just stupid.
What?
Would you grape her?
What the fuck is wrong with you?
No, would you grape her if that saved you and her?
I'm about to kick you from the live because that's a disgusting fucking hypothetical for you to bring up. I genuinely don't see any relevance of any such hypothetical, right? That is a disgusting fucking thing for you to say on the live, right? The explicit hypothetical that I gave was to say that if someone put a gun to your head, would you lie in order to save, right, your own life, right? Would you lie about the existence of a battery or of a pen in order to be able to save your life? The obvious answer is yes, because you don't have to stake your life on something in order to believe it to be true. That's all it's demonstrating. Okay, so it's relevant to like a particular perspective that is established by Peterson in terms of his definition of belief. As he asked me for a definition of belief when I asked him if he believes in an all-knowing, all-powerful, all-good notion of God, and he responded with, right, and he asked me for a definition when I asked him that, and for of believe, and I said, you think it to be true, and he said it was circular, and I said that was ridiculous. It's not circular. I didn't use the word believe in the context of the definition, therefore it's not circular. And then he responded with saying that you only really believe something if it is the case that you're willing to stake your life on it. So I'm confused why you did that.
That's kind of gross what he just said, not gonna
Yeah,
lie.
like what the fuck?
I mean, we obviously have opposing views, but I'm not gonna go out there and, talk about that kind of shit. That's just gross.
Yeah, that's like actually like a crazy fucking thing to say.
Like, who just pops up in somebody's lives and starts talking about graping somebody's That's, ugh. I mean, I don't even want to say the words.
Yeah, that was crazy. Yeah,
Let's
go
turn
for
away
it.
from theology before we get another wacko in here. Back to the tariffs, for instance, with helping farmers. So, like, for us specifically, our farm specifically, over the last 4 years under the Biden administration, our production has been down way low due to a lot of exports being more bought from overseas. And like, we've only been able to use probably about 60 to 70% of our farmland, and we anticipated only being able to farm about 60 to 70% of it again this year. However, we've doubled our seed orders because our demands are skyrocketing through the roof.
Yeah, that just could be related specifically to your business right now. It doesn't seem like it's related to the tariffs.
Like,
because
we did implement.
The tariffs haven't been implemented yet.
Were they ever implemented with Mexico at all on produce?
Wait, restate
at one point in time? Were they ever implemented on Mexico's products at all, ever, or anywhere in South America?
They haven't been implemented. They're currently on pause.
But have they been implemented at all yet? Like, prior to today, have they once been implemented and then like redrawn? Like,
yeah, and withdrawn. Yeah. And so you wouldn't
Oh,
be. It wouldn't make sense for it to be causing you to get more demand right now, given that it is the case that they're currently still paused.
Like, when they did go in, our demand did start to go up, and it has stayed about where it did go up to. It hasn't quite gone down, but it hasn't gone up since they've been paused. But once they did get implemented, our demand for things like, say, celery, cilantro, radishes, parsley, a lot of hard greens like turnips, collards, and mustards that do come in from a lot of countries in South America. We do a lot of those crops as well, and our demand for those specific crops that tariffs were implemented on in those countries has gone up.
It's paused. It's paused. So it's like I just don't know
paused
why.
Now. I'm saying when it was implemented, before it got paused.
So
our
during what month?
That would have been what, April or no, March, right?
Okay, so
it got implemented.
So Liberation Day was in April.
So yeah, it was April 1st, right? Because everyone's like, oh wait, or no,
it was like
he was gonna do April 1st, but then he was like, oh wait, I'm gonna do April 2nd.
I think it was the second or third.
Yeah, because Trump made a big thing about it where he was just like, I don't want to do it on April 1st because I don't want people to think I'm joking or something.
All right.
Yeah, so when that took place, our demand did shoot up.
So
and so did a lot of other farms in the area.
Okay, sure. And you're saying it's gone down since then?
It stayed about the same. It hasn't quite gone up or gone down. It's been steady.
Well, the tariff's not implemented, so that I don't know why that would be the case if it was related to other things. If it was related specifically to the tariff, then it wouldn't have stayed the same.
Like, we specifically sell to like Meijer and Kroger. I don't know if you shop at either of those places. Maybe you do. Do you or do you not shop at Meijer or Kroger at all?
I don't shop at any stores called that. But like, are there Kroger items that I've probably got? Yeah.
Have you ever bought produce from Kroger?
In the past, yeah.
You may have bought our product, so thank you. But anyways,
Like, well, I'm confused. Like, I'm like that's a very common product.
no, I'm saying Kroger and Meyer buy our produce, a lot of it, every year.
Okay.
And
Okay.
this specifically this year, after April 2nd, not right now, but when they were implemented April 2nd, that first, whatever was it, like 5-6 days that they were implemented for, then they went on a pause. It was like a week or two maybe tops. Our demand skyrocketed during that time period from Meyer and Kroger. Meyer and Kroger, they do sell produce that gets exported out or imported from other countries. However, when those tariffs were implemented on April 2nd, our demand went up, and then their imports from other countries that they sell went down. And the American farmer, us, was making more money,
Can you ask
and now we
the
are able to
crowd?
pay our money.
Can you ask the chat if anyone's interested in this?
Huh?
Parker, can you ask the chat if they're interested in this chat? 'Cause
Respect.
it's very boring for mine.
Okay, well then swipe the fuck out. What the fuck?
What keeps happening with these people?
I don't know. I don't know.
I mean, at least he didn't say nothing like the last guy.
All right. Well, is there anything else you'd like to talk about before I go on to the next person real quick?
Not necessarily, no, but I would love to chat again. I don't know how to keep in touch with your people or anything, but
I don't
would
have
love
any
to.
people. It's just me.
Not many people. Just you. Okay.
Yeah.
Sweet. Well, if you don't mind, I did send you a message the other day. Just maybe give me a thumbs up so I know you got it. Name's Peyton Burma.
I do get a lot of messages. I never check my
I'm sure you
messages,
do.
to be totally frank with you. I practically never do. I don't really have time to check messages like that, and I also don't have like a team or anything that goes through my messages. It's just the reality of like how it is for me. So that's I probably won't see it, but like I can try to go and check if I remember at some point. I probably
I
will
do
forget
respect that you do everything yourself, though, because there are a lot of people on both sides, Republican and Democrat, who are spewing out talking points from either side, and I do respect that you don't do that.
I appreciate you coming up.
Yeah, of course, man. You have a good night.
All right, you as well. You as well. Let's go on to the next person, and we're about to end it after this conversation. I have 13 more minutes or so left on the live, so I would really appreciate if everyone went and go like the stream on YouTube. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Linktree is in the bio. Everyone. Let me see. I think we have 1.6 thousand likes. Let's try to get to 2,000, everyone. If we can get 400 people to like the stream real quick, I would really appreciate that. I'd really appreciate that. Make sure to go subscribe to me on YouTube. I'd really appreciate it. I've been posting more. I'm probably going to do some more news stuff if people like it. I did post a news video today, but we'll see how much people like it. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
25.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
I did. I got a question for you, though.
Okay, what's up?
Do you play League of Legends by chance?
I do not.
Do you play any Steam games?
I'm gonna just end up going to the next person. It seems like this person's just asking me random questions. All right, let me go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Okay.
All right, let's get this next person up here. Everyone go over to my YouTube and like the stream. I'd really appreciate it. We have 1.6 thousand likes, everyone. We can get 400. We got this. We can get 400. We can do it. All right, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Alrighty, let's get this next person up here. Alrighty. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. What are you doing up so late? It is actually 9:56 for me, so it's not very late for me. Alrighty. Alrighty, everyone. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. It's not accepting people for some reason. I'm trying to get people up here. It might be the end of the live here pretty soon. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, you're awesome, Parker. Keep up the good work.
Appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you. Let's go on to the next person, everyone. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We got a little less than 10 minutes left on the live. I might just answer questions. If I can't get it in the get someone in the next 3 people, I'll just answer questions until I end for today. That's one person. I've had this person on the live already today.
Hey, thank you for letting me back.
Michaela, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much.
I've not kept silent.
I don't have enough time for religion. Yo, what's up? How old are you? All right, everyone. You know what? I'm just gonna answer questions until I get off for tonight. I'm gonna answer questions until I get off. I appreciate everyone. If you want to come over to my YouTube, I would really appreciate it, and come like the YouTube. If you're on TikTok right now, seriously, I'd really appreciate that. I posted stuff today, like my thoughts on Elon naming Trump in the Epstein files. If you want to go watch me, I would really appreciate it if you'd like to go watch that. Other than that, I'll be posting a video tomorrow. Debate video. I've been posting debate videos. If you like, debate videos and stuff like that. If you sometimes can't see some of the video or some of the live streams, you can always go back and watch the whole live streams there. If you missed my live stream at all from today, you can watch the whole live stream. Also, you can watch I clip some. So if you want to watch it in a clips form, you can. If you want to watch it from the live stream in of itself, you can. Either way, it's amazing, and I would really appreciate it. You can ask me any questions right now. Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Linktree is in the bio or in the description of the YouTube channel. But yeah, if you have any questions, go for it. What are your thoughts on Reuters implementing a paywall? I actually didn't even know about it. Question time? I have 50. That's what Matt just sent me. That's funny. That's funny. When is the Piers Morgan debate coming out? I actually don't know. Should be soon. Jace, thank you for the 7 Canadian. Thank you. I would just say it's a shit show at the end. But we shit on the Christians. It was really bad. And there's a point where I really embarrassed Piers too. I asked him to bet me on a specific point. After he said, I said, bet me about this point because I thought I was so right on it. And he's like, oh, bet you your whole life savings on this specific point. And I was like, okay, I'll bet you $1,000 because I didn't want to take more than that from him. And then he was embarrassed after I explained it a little bit more. And he was red faced and had to go shift to Andrew Wilson. Because Andrew Wilson was one of the people I debated. He's so fucking insufferable. He's so fucking insufferable. I really don't like that guy. All right. Yeah. I think I'm caught up. Sam, definitely wax. Definitely wax. Lisa, thank you so much for the $5. It's peace in Arabic. I think I'm caught up with practically everything. Why don't you debate Andrew Wilson? I did debate Andrew Wilson. I just did on Piers. It's about to come out. I dare you to debate Megyn Kelly. I would debate Megyn Kelly. Pirate, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Can you explain the Cookie Mogs thing? So Dean had like an interaction with this person named Cookie King. And what's it called? Like it was just like they were trying to fuck with Dean, I guess. And they just said like Mog means like he's better essentially. Or it could be in a context of he quote unquote looks better or something. But like that's like a meme to them. Lag. I did see that lag a little bit. That was kind of wild. Why does it do that? It's not even funny anymore. Yeah, I know. It kind of lost its like thing. Trace says, think of the $5. You think Elon and Trump are going to make up? Nah. I mean, they could and people would buy it. That's true. Sophia, think of the $5. Thank you so much. It was the Piers Morgan debate that I was on that he hasn't come out with yet. They haven't released the debate yet. It probably should release here pretty soon. Because I don't see any of their videos. They might not even post it too, but I think they will. I wasn't in person. It was just online. I only have a few more minutes, everyone. I got 3 more minutes, and then I'm gonna get off for tonight. AL, thank you for the $2. I'm pro Palestine. Kayla, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I have an interesting pro-life argument for pro-life that I've not heard you mention. The fact that being an organ donor is still a choice when it saves lives of 8 people, but somehow it's rights don't matter. Yeah, so like I mean, I don't typically run the bodily autonomy arguments, but I actually think that there are decent organ arguments you can run against people. Oftentimes, the distinction in that terms of debate will be the threshold of obligation. All right, everyone, we have like a little less than 2 minutes. Abs, is your birthday? Happy birthday, Abs. Oh, I need to turn off my fucking recording. I think I've caught up with everything. I think I got everything. Yeah, I've caught up with everything. If again, everyone, make sure to like the stream. I think right now we have. Wait, let me check. Click that. That. We have 1.7. That's rough. That's rough, chat. That's rough. What states have you traveled to? What's been your favorite? I like California. I really like California. I've been to a bunch of different states. I've been to Iowa, Missouri. I've been to Oklahoma, Arkansas. I've been to Texas, Illinois, of course. I've been to like Michigan and Wisconsin and Indiana, like a lot of the Midwest states. All right, everyone. Any last questions? I'm about to get off, everyone. I love y'all so much. I love y'all so much. I would recommend to like the stream on YouTube. Go check out the videos that I posted. I'd seriously really appreciate it. It seems like I was thinking maybe people would like the what's it called videos, the news videos, but honestly, it seems like it stopped sending out. So maybe people don't. Maybe people don't. Someone said my ego is crazy. Let me add them to the live. Accept the invite. Accept the invite. They said my ego is crazy. This person accepts, I'll talk to them. Otherwise, I'm about to get off right now. All right. I'm going to get off, everyone. I love y'all so much. Have a good night, everyone. Have a great night, everyone.